Day Jury Box here on Trial Watch with Demetra. It is a not as cold, beautiful winter Friday here in Houston, Texas. Friday, January 10th in the new year of 2025. And guess what, you guys? Well, maybe I shouldn't say that. Never mind. I do not want to talk. Let me not say nothing too soon. Lord have mercy. Let me not do that. But welcome back to part 3 of the Jarvis Butts Ziyah Harris case. We've been watching the this week here. We've been watching the preliminary hearing. Okay, let me say hello to you guys. Let me get this banner up. Okay, here we go. Let me get the banner. Let me say hello to the jury. Thank you guys for coming in so faithfully and supporting this content. Hey, I'm Renee. Hey, I am ready. I don't know what it is. I think it's because the puppy is waking me up like extra early in the morning or a couple of times during the night. It's messing up my sleep. I've been oversleeping. It's just like crazy. And I went to bed on time last night. I know it has something to do with Apollo. We blaming Apollo, okay? And then when I did get up, I could have came for like 11, but I really needed to do some house stuff. And so I just went ahead and knocked everything out so y'all can get my full undivided attention. Hey, Unbothered. Happy Friday. Hey, Tweety. Hey, VA Sagittarius. Good to see you. I'm so glad to see you guys just coming in here, VA Sagittarius, Unbothered. The newest pit crew members. Hey, Joy. Hey, Go Vixen. Okay, so you guys, I am prepared. I am prepared today. Okay, let me put it up first. That's why I was scared to say. I was scared to say, Lord, I got it together and I'm ready. So today, we got some very pivotal, okay, pivotal. Hey, living. We got some very pivotal testimony. Now, we're going to rewatch the testimony from the very first day. We're going to rewatch the grandmother testimony and Shannon, the auntie testimony. Okay, we're gonna rewatch it because now we got, hey Winter, we got the angle and everything where we're gonna see them on the stand. When we very first watched it on Monday, that's when I had started off with that other angle. Okay, you finished watching the rest of the interview with the family? Good. Baby, last night when I got off of here with everything, I messed with these dogs, my son, and I went to sleep. I thought it was actually over when I went to go check it, but I'm gonna have to go rewind and see what's the last part I missed. Yeah. So we know, for anyone who may be coming in new, a recap is always good. This is the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. Okay, Jarvis Butts is accused and going to be standing trial here soon for the unaliving of 13-year-old Ziyah Harris. He was not a stranger. He was had been around Ziyah since she was 2 years old in the position of being her maternal auntie's boyfriend. Her aunt, her mom's sister, the victim's mother's sister, dated this man and had 5 different children for him. So he knew and was familiar. And for all practical purposes, family. Had they been married, he would have been called the uncle. So this preliminary hearing was put forth to see if there was enough evidence for it to go to trial. As far as I'm concerned, it's way too much evidence for trial. We found out that the two, Ziyah and the defendant, they had secretly been text messaging, communicating with each other. We found out that she literally had made plans for him to pick her up on January 9th, 2024, the last time she's been seen. We got video surveillance cameras of her getting off the bus whenever. We have eyewitnesses, one of which being his blood sister, saying that she saw Ziyah the day she went missing, January 9th. She's not the only eyewitness to that. We got We got eyewitness testimony from one of his baby mamas, another lady, that says he borrowed her car that day and the day after. That says she found a pair of clear glasses in her car. Her child's clear glasses. We've heard from forensic scientists and CSI. We know that her articles of Ziyah clothes was DNA tested. They was hers. That was hidden on the banks in a wooded area near the Canadian border. I'm assuming it's Canadian border because it was the border control who told us this. Hey, Sean P. Hey, Lady Steph. Thank y'all for joining. So right now, we are finna get into, and I'm not going to delay. I am about to push start. We are starting this right now with the testimony, I do believe, of the grandmother, and then it should be of the Shannon, the victim's aunt, who has 5 kids with him. And then we will also watch the long testimony of his business partner who ran and owned the mechanic shop with him. Okay, so court is now in session. First up on the stand is going to be Annette Harris, the grandmother. Of course, please hit the like and subscribe, hit the bell. And I don't do the trial stuff on the weekend. I might come in with a headline crime story, but I don't do the trials of any sort on the weekend. Okay, so let's enjoy it. Exactly.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Okay. Watch your step walking up the stairs here.
The grandmother. Hey, Tracy, welcome back to the Lit Lane Jury Box.
Speak clearly in the mic. You can get up and put it in your lap too.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record?
Annette Harris.
And Ms. Harris, do you know someone or did you know someone by the name of Ziyah Harris?
Yes.
And who is?
Welcome to the Lit Lane Jury Box, Namyo. Glad you're here.
Are you her legal guardian?
Yes, I am.
When did you become her legal guardian?
I adopted Ziyah back in 2016.
And that was court work or paperwork filed and all of that to legally adopt her?
Yes, it took a process.
Oh.
Yes.
And back in January of 2024, did Ziyah live with you?
Yes.
I don't want to know the specific address, but what street did you live on?
Bedford.
And is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
Yes, it is.
How long had Ziyah been living with you at that address on Bedford?
Oh, wow. Basically, ever since I had her.
Since 2016?
Well, we moved to another house.
Okay, when did you move into the Bedford house?
Let me see. 2019, we moved in that house and then moved in the house that I am now, which is still on Bedford.
Okay. And did Ziyah make those moves with you?
Yes.
And in January of 2024, at that Bedford location, who else lived there?
Just me, the kids. My other daughter lived with me at the other address. But it was just basically me and my kids and Shannon.
And who is Shannon?
My daughter.
And what's her last name?
Harris.
And she lived with you and Ziyah and the other kids at the Bedford location?
At the first Bedford location.
Okay.
Yes.
At that first Bedford location, how many other kids in addition to Ziyah lived there?
My other two, my grandson and my other grandchildren.
Okay. So how many kids total in that house?
6. Should have been 6.
And you and Shannon, correct?
Well,
Living there.
Shannon, she was there, but she wasn't really like there all the time.
Okay.
She would spend more majority of her time at my house, but actually Shannon had her place out in Clinton Township.
And when you were there in January of 24, how old was Ziyah at that time?
January 24th, she had 13. She had her birthday in September.
And was she going to school?
Yes, she was.
What school did she attend?
J.E. Clark Preparatory Academy.
And is that also in Detroit?
Yes, it is.
Just generally, can you tell us about your morning routine with the kids, specifically in Ziyah, about getting them to school and things like that?
Sure. Okay. 6 a.m. That's when I get the children up. They usually get up, get dressed, prepare themselves. About 7:15, 7:20, we're basically saying prayer and we're loading up in the car. I'm dropping them off at school at 7:30. Breakfast starts at 7:30, and they like to eat breakfast at school.
And does that include Ziyah? You would drop her off at J.E. Clark?
All together, yes.
Now, I want to talk about, let me ask it this way. Did you know someone by the name of Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today? If you need to stand up, then look around.
I don't see them.
Do you need glasses, ma'am?
Yeah, my
Okay,
daughter has my glasses.
Okay, Judge, may I take a moment to go get her glasses?
Yes.
May I approach witness, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you could just stand up and take another look around.
Okay. Yes.
Do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you
Yes.
point to him and identify a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
Blue uniform with the blue mask.
For the record, the witness has identified Jarvis Butts, the defendant in this matter.
So reflected.
And may I approach the witness again, Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as People's 9. And Ms. Harris, do you recognize the person in that photo?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Jarvis Butts.
And is that the same person you've identified in court here today?
Yes.
And Ms. Harris, how did you know Mr. Butts back in January of 2024?
He's the father of my daughter's children.
And is that daughter Shannon Harris?
Yes.
Okay. How many kids do they have together?
5.
And would he come around your house on Bedford in January or the months leading up to January?
Whenever he did come, he would always pull up in a white truck, and Shannon would go out to the car and they would sit and talk or whatever, but he would very rarely come in my house.
And during that time when he would come around and sit in his car, was there any times that he would interact with Ziyah that you saw?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. Now I want to talk specifically about January 9th. You had described your morning routine with the kids. Did you follow that routine on January 9th?
Yes, I did.
And did that include dropping Ziyah off at J.E. Clark 7:15 to 7:30?
Yes.
And can you tell us what she was wearing on January 9th, 2024?
Yes, she was wearing a pair of light powdered blue jeans with a light powdered blue jacket that had the black little fur around the collar. It was like a two-piece set.
Okay. And did she have a sweater on or a shirt on or something?
She had a shirt, she wore a shirt underneath it.
And you remember, did she have any other clothes with her on the 9th when you dropped her off?
She had her little blue sweatshirt with the little hoodie. She had that with her.
And do you know how or when she got that hoodie?
I bought that hoodie for her. I guess it was in the fall sometime when I bought it. When I first, I mean, it wasn't nothing new. It was just one of her old hoodie jackets she used when she go to gym.
Okay. And in terms of, if you know, the condition of that hoodie on the 9th, was it torn, ripped, damaged in any way?
No,
Okay.
it was fairly, really, like, kind of like still new, because she took pretty good care of her things.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with People's Proposed Exhibit 12. Ms. Harris, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes,
And is that a picture of Ziyah?
yes.
And do you know when that picture was taken?
The same day, January the 9th, she took this picture.
Move to admit People's Proposed 12.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 12.
And when you dropped Ziyah off at J.E. Clark,
Hey, Shannon girl, you came in right on time. On the stand is the grandmother.
routine supposed to be after school is over?
Okay, well, school is over, the bell rings at 2:40. Ziyah was due to come home. And normally when the bell rings, 2:40, 2:45, she's getting on the bus.
And that's what she normally did on other days?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry,
And
yes.
what time would she normally arrive back at home?
The Ziyah would be walking in through the door, maybe 3:05, no later than that.
And on January 9th, did she walk in at 3:05?
No, she did not.
And were you home when she didn't come home?
I was there for a little while, but I left out to run some errands. But no, when I got to the house, she was not there.
And at that time, did you have a conversation with someone else about her not coming home, Ziyah not coming home?
Yeah, when I picked my children up from the after-school program, I went in and my daughter said,
Objection to what it said on the hearsay.
English.
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay, sustain.
Just talking about what you saw and heard, and not asking for what anybody said, but did you talk to Shannon, your daughter?
yes,
about
Shannon said she was not there.
when you got home that day on the 9th, was Ziyah there?
No,
And did you eventually make a police report about her missing?
yes, I did. Yes, I
And when did you do that?
that morning when I got to school, I went up and dropped the kids off to school. I talked with the dean and the principal, and I told them that I was on my way to the police station, and they told me that they would call the police, and the DPS police came there.
And you said DPS, is that Detroit Public Schools?
Yeah,
And did you talk to an officer at that time at the school?
yes, I did.
And was that at J.E. Clark physically at that location?
Yes,
And you said that morning, are you talking about the morning of the 10th?
yes. Mm-hmm.
Was Ziyah active on social media, if you know?
Well, as far as I know, she was. I mean, there were times that she was sneaking, go on it, But yeah, she was.
Okay. And did you keep track of her social media pages like TikTok or Facebook or anything like that?
I tried. A lot of times, I would take her phone and stuff from her, so, to keep her from being on there,
And after the 9th, did you ever see any posts made by Ziyah?
I didn't see any posts. Most of the time, you know, if there was a post or something, or she posts, my daughter or someone would call me and tell me.
Have you ever heard, after the 9th, any communication or seen Ziyah?
Mm-mm.
When, is that a no?
No,
And when you dropped her off on the 9th at school at J.E. Clark, was that the last time you saw her?
yes.
May I have one moment, sir?
Yes.
Just to follow up, I did forget to ask this. Her bus stop, how far from your house was that in walking distance?
5 minutes.
And do you know where the location that she got dropped off at was, the address or the intersection?
Right there at a 3 Mile Drive in Cornwall.
And that's 5 minutes from your house?
Yeah.
And did Ziyah have any nicknames that people called her?
Where her family called her Tutu, but I've always called her Glamorous. I've been calling her that ever since she was born.
Is it Glamour?
Glamorous.
Oh. May I have one more, Judge?
Yes. You said Tuda?
Tutu.
Tuda.
Mm-hmm.
I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, Ross.
Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning.
Now, you are Ziyah's maternal grandmother, right?
Correct.
You're also her adopted parent, right?
Correct.
And you said you adopted her in 2016?
Yeah, should have been 16.
Okay. Is her birth mother still around?
She is.
Okay. Does she have a relationship with her?
No.
She doesn't have any type of relationship, no contact with her that you know of?
Well, let me say this. I don't deal with my daughter, so she really didn't have no contact with Ziyah like that. She only came around now and then.
And you testified that you currently stay on Bedford Street?
Yes,
And in fact, I think you testified you lived on 2 houses on Bedford Street.
correct.
And did Ziyah have friends on Bedford Street that you were aware of?
She had friends, but her friends didn't live on Bedford.
Okay. Do you know if she ever had any friends over?
No,
Did she ever spend the night at any of these friends' houses?
no,
And at your prior neighborhood, did she have friends that she may have spent the night over?
no.
Okay. You indicated that there are approximately 6 children in the house.
Well, not now. When he asked me about the address,
Yes.
I lived at 2 houses, which is on the same street of Bedford.
Okay.
Okay, so the house that we lived in before, it was my children and my daughter's children.
Your daughter being Shannon,
No, Marquita.
Marquita.
Mhm.
Okay. And did Ziyah have any close relationship with any of these children particularly?
She was close with my granddaughter, one of my granddaughters, yeah.
Which granddaughter is that?
Ziyah. I mean, Janiyah.
Okay.
All of their names are similar.
And Janiyah is Shannon's daughter?
Yes,
That would be Jarvis's daughter as well, correct?
correct.
And at your Bedford Street address, how many adults live there?
Just me and Shannon.
Okay. When did Shannon move in?
I'm sorry.
When did Shannon move in to Bedford?
Oh, I guess back in October, last October or something.
That would be October of '23.
Yeah,
Okay. So in January of 24, she was there, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And you indicated that Ziyah participated in social media?
She did participate in social media. She was on social media a lot of times when she wasn't supposed to be.
So did you see her post or did you follow her post?
I didn't see her really posting anything. I mean, at times when I did check, I didn't find anything.
Okay.
And most of the time, if she did post something, my daughter's name would, let me know, if she posted something. Right.
So you don't know who her social media friends were?
The only person that I know that was one of her classmates that she would post little things with one of her little classmates.
But it's fair to say there are some things you did not know.
Yeah, well, something, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now, you indicated that you drove Ziyah to school every day, correct?
Correct.
Who else went to school in Ziyah?
My other two children, Shannon's children.
Okay. And what type of student was Ziyah?
Nazar was a very good student, very manable, very outgoing. She got good grades. Her attendance was good. The teachers had no problem with her. They really liked Nazar. Nazar got along with just about anybody. She was very likable.
Did she have any disciplinary problems?
No,
Do you recall her ever getting into a fight?
she did.
One fight, more than one fight?
There was a young lady that she had couple of, consultations with in school. And it was like an ongoing situation.
Okay. And when did this first start?
I'm not quite sure when it started, but it was like off and on, with this particular schoolmate that she had.
And this is for her current school, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now, did Ziyah participate in any extracurricular activities? Was she on band or anything?
She liked it, gym, robotics, art. I mean, she liked a lot of things that she was, involved in,
And would any of these things cause her to have stayed after school?
The only time she stayed after
Welcome,
school was
Connie.
when she
Welcome,
wanted to be
Rockwell.
enrolled in the after school
Welcome back to the Little Lane
program.
Jury Box. Grandmother on the stand.
Just a moment. I just want to step back a moment. We asked you about your her social media. You said there were some things that you weren't aware of on social media, correct? Did you ever check her direct messages?
Like I said, I did, but when I did, there was nothing on there.
There was nothing.
No.
Okay. Did you monitor any of her conversations?
Yeah, I would, go check,
Okay.
but like I said, a lot of times, I took Nazia's tablet, from her, at one point, so there was really nothing that I knew of that she was on unless she got somebody's cell phone or something,
So you did mention that she had a tablet. How many devices did she have that allowed her to connect to social media?
She only had that one tablet that I had bought her. And like I said, I took that tablet and put that tablet up.
So on January 9th, you took her to school, correct?
Correct.
And you said it was her and two of your other children that went to school?
My two other children and my daughter's children. I dropped them all off.
And you said that you noticed that she did not come home at her normal time.
Correct.
All right. You did not call the police then, correct?
No. Driving around looking for her. My daughter reached out to some of her classmates. I did nothing. And that morning, I got up, and like I said, I went straight to the school. And from there, I was on my way to the police station to make the report. And they called the police from there. DPS police came to the school.
So the first report you made to the police was the next morning.
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time?
School starts at 7:30, so I got there at 7:30. They got there about, I don't know, maybe 8.
So you didn't go to the precinct, you went to the school, and the school called the police?
Yes, they called the police because I was getting ready to leave, and the dean said, "No, stay here." She said, "And we'll call the police."
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you are familiar with Mr. Butts, correct?
I know Mr. Butts.
Okay. And he dated your daughter Shannon, correct?
Correct.
They did have 5 children, correct?
Correct.
And the children, did all the children stay with you and Shannon?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I don't want to give too much detail on the kids. What were the mix of the kids, boys and girls?
Can you repeat that?
What were the mix of the kids, boys and girls?
Well, I have a boy and girl, and Shannon has her 3 boys and her 2 girls.
So she had 3 boys and the 2 girls. Okay. And at any time, now I think you did indicate that Mr. Butts would come over and I think you said he would rarely come in, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But he would come in on occasion, correct?
Not really on occasions, because most of the time when he came in, he would pull up in my driveway, and my daughter would go out to the truck, and a lot of times the kids will go out to the truck. So it was very rare if he ever came in my house.
And you indicated that you were close with Ziyah?
Yes.
Can you think of any reason that Ziyah would not share information with you?
No. Ziyah would come to me and talk to me all the time.
Okay.
If something was bothering her, or if she had a bad day in school, she'll come to me and we'll sit and talk about it. I always kept the door open for communication with Ziyah and with really all of my children. So she always felt free, to come to me and sit down and talk to me about whatever.
So if something was frustrating Ziyah, she would come with you?
She would, that I know of, yes.
All right, if something was scaring Ziyah, she would come to you?
If something was bothering her or she was frustrated about something, she'll come to me and say, "Hey, Nana, can I talk to you?"
If there was any medical condition, she would come to you regarding that?
I believe she would, yes.
And you take her to the hospital, take her to the doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Ms. Harris, I just have a couple more questions for you. When Mr. Riggins was asking you questions, you said that Mr. Butts would come and sit in his car, right, outside your house?
Yes,
And you said that the kids would go out to the car.
yes.
Which kids would go out to the car?
His kids.
Would Ziyah ever go with his kids out to the car?
If Shannon was out there, she would.
And Mr. Riggins also asked you about the tablet that you bought for Ziyah.
Yes.
Remember those questions?
Yes.
And when, if you can remember, narrow that down, when did you buy that tablet for her?
I bought that tablet for her one Christmas. I think it was I think it was in 22 when I bought that tablet, at the end of 22 when I bought that tablet for her.
So December of 22.
Yeah, I think that when I bought that tablet.
So she would have had that tablet for roughly just over a year then, correct?
Correct. Mhm.
And did Ziyah also have access to a cell phone?
The only cell phone she had access to was one of the cell phones when my oldest daughter came to visit me. She gave to Ziyah, but she can only use it by Wi-Fi.
You said your oldest daughter, is that Ziyah's biological mother?
Yes.
Okay. And through, what's your oldest daughter's name?
Kenyatta Harris.
Through Kenyatta Harris, Ziyah got access to a phone?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Mr. Reagan's also asked you about Ziyah staying after school. You said that there was an after-school program she was involved in.
Yes.
On January 9th and in January of 24, was she still involved in that program?
No, I took her out of it because she was having problems with one of her schoolmates at that time. The same person that he asked me about before that she didn't get along with.
The same person Mr. Reagan's asked you.
Absolutely.
And so on the 9th, she was not supposed to stay after school, correct?
No, she was supposed to come straight home.
And when she didn't come home, you said that you were driving around looking for her, correct?
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit more about what efforts you made on the 9th to locate her?
When I went to the school to go pick my son and daughter up because they were also in the after school program, picked them up, went back to the house. I thought she was there, and when I got to the house and I found out that she wasn't there, I got back in the car and I went back up to the school. And by that time, nobody was there. Nobody was at the school. So now, I mean, I'm kind of like, I'm frustrated. Now I'm going like, because whenever she wants to stay after school or do something, she would always call me. Well, hey, Nana, can I stay after school? Well, she would call one of her TTs, hey, TT, can I stay after school? So that wasn't like her. So I'm really frustrated now. So now I go back to the house and I'm talking to my daughter, Shannon.
And I want to stop you right there because I don't want to go into what anybody else said.
Okay.
But you went back to the school. Nobody was at the school. You went back to the house. Ziyah is still not there, correct?
Correct.
Did you go back out looking for her after that?
I did.
Okay. Where did you go look?
I was driving around in the neighborhood, everywhere. I'm just looking, just like hoping I'll see her,
We have one more, Judge?
Yes.
On the 9th, when you were looking for her, well, let me ask it this way. Did you know Ziyah to go to Mr. Butts' place of work to assist him with anything there?
Yes, there was a couple of times that she went with his daughter and they went up there to go clean up at his shop.
And how would they get there? If you remember.
He would come and pick them up.
And was that in that white truck that you talked about earlier?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And Did you yourself know where Mr. Butts worked at?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, do you know, where is that?
It was Frank's shop located on Warren, East Warren.
And is that the last place that you knew him to work? Or did you know him to work somewhere else?
I knew him to work there, and then the shop moved to a different location.
Did you know where that new location was?
Personally, no.
And did you ever, on the 9th, did you ever try and go to Mr. Butts' place of work to look for Ziyah?
On the 9th, no.
Nothing further, Judge, thank you.
Ms. Harris, we're done testifying. Watch your step. Please exit the box.
Okay.
So at this point in time, I think it's pretty safe to say the Lit Lane jury box is not feeling this. We are not convinced by this testimony. She seemed, her. I don't know. It's a lot. She left a lot to be desired. Right. So just keeping out, just harsh judgments, right, and criticism of her. The reality is highly questionable of why she didn't report this little girl missing to the police the day she didn't come home from school. It's no way around that. It's highly problematic. Let me go top off my coffee. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourself. Thank y'all for being here.
From September 24th, 2022 through November 7th of 2022. And Exhibit 16 is messages from March 4th, 2023 through January 9th of 2024.
Any objection?
No objection for exam purposes, pending analysis under 403, assuming that they're relevant.
Okay, it'll be a minute. That's People's Exhibit 15 and 16, you said?
Yes, that's right. And at this time, people would call Shannon Harris.
Welcome to the court. Sit down. Stay on the station here for the record.
For you?
Yeah, right here.
First name, Shane, Harris,
Watch your step right there. Raise your right hand.
Did you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Watch your step, please. Have a seat.
Okay, I'm back. Is this Shannon?
You want speaking to this mic, you also pick it up, holding your lap.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Ripley.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Shannon Harris,
And Ms. Harris, how old are you?
31.
And back on January, or in January 2024, where did you live?
But my mom resides with my mother,
With your mother? Okay, who's your mom?
Annette Harris,
And without telling me the exact address, what street did you live on?
Bedford.
And do you have any children?
Yes,
How many kids do you have?
5.
And do all your kids have the same dad?
Yes,
Who's their dad?
Jarvis Butts.
And do you see Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes,
And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
green, blue, whatever. Green.
Green. Your Honor, would the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
So reflected.
Thank you, Judge. And you said your mom's name is Annette. Do you have any sisters?
Yes, 2.
What are their names?
Kenyatta Harris and Marquita Harris.
Are they older, younger, or something else?
Oh, there. Marquita is a twin. She's my twin, same age.
And Kenyatta's older?
Yes,
Do you have any nieces or nephews?
yes,
Do you know someone named Ziyah Harris?
yes.
What's your relationship to her?
My relationship to her, she is my niece. I'm her aunt.
Okay. And whose daughter is she?
My older sister is Kenyatta Harris.
And did you have any nicknames for Ziyah?
Yes, We all call her Tuh.
And is that TUDDA?
Yes.
And did Ziyah ever know Jarvis through you?
Yes.
And when did Ziyah and Jarvis first meet?
When she was little, like age 2.
And can you kind of describe the relationship between Ziyah and Jarvis?
Should be just the uncle and the niece relationship, no more than that.
How often would Jarvis be around, like at your house with you?
He will call or say, can he come and see the kids, or the kids will ask, can he see their dad? And he will come, pull up either to my house where I used to live or at my mother's house.
Would Ziyah ever be around?
All the kids will be around.
To your knowledge, would Ziyah ever text Jarvis?
I knew you was up there,
To
Miss
my
Step 219.
knowledge, no, unless
Hey, girl.
I will have her to text.
But to your knowledge, you didn't know of any kind of separate outside relationship.
No.
Would there ever be times where, where did you know Jarvis Butts to work?
Pardon?
Where did you know Jarvis Butts to work?
Where did I know him to work at?
Yes.
He worked at 2 different locations. The first location would be on East Warren, and the other location would be on Gratiot and Connor.
And what were those locations?
Those are the auto repair shop.
Would you ever know Ziyah to help Jarvis Butts at his shop?
Yes, he will call me and say, hey, if I can get our daughter and Ziyah come and work up at the shop. And I would say, let me ask my mom first regarding Ziyah.
And which daughter of yours would that be?
That would be my oldest, Janiyah.
Would you ever know Ziyah to go to Jarvis's shop alone?
No.
Whose birthday is on or around September 26th?
That's my my 4th oldest birthday.
Do you recall a birthday party on September 26th of 2022?
Yes.
And was Jarvis there?
No.
Okay, and that would have been his son's birthday party?
Yes.
Were there ever times that you would text Jarvis off of a text now number?
Only time I would text Jarvis off a text now number is if my phone is off. Other than that, no.
And do you recall the numbers that you would text Jarvis from?
Yes.
Okay. And does a 586-510-5161 sound familiar?
Yes.
And what number is that?
That used to be my old number.
And is that number that you would text Jarvis from?
Yes.
And what about a 586-842-4504?
That was the number before this number.
Before the 510 number?
Correct.
Okay, and is that a number you would also text Jarvis from?
Correct.
And what number did you have for Jarvis Butts?
The 313-585-8719.
And did you have any numbers for Ziyah?
It was a funny looking area code. The area code was a 231.
I want to show you some messages from People's Exhibit 16 and ask you some questions about Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to direct you to messages on or about June 27th of 2023. Do you recall those messages? Did you send any of those messages to Jarvis Butts?
No,
Okay. And do you know, I believe there's a phone number here that's highlighted. Whose phone number do you know that to be?
Jarvis Butts.
Okay. And you don't recall ever sending any of those messages?
No,
Okay. And now I want to direct you to messages from June 28th of 2023. How about any of these? Did you send any of these to Jarvis Butts?
no,
What about any messages from July 2nd of 2023? Did you send any of those messages?
no,
What about messages from August 26th of 2023? Did you send any of those to Jarvis Butts?
I'm sorry, was the 26?
August 26th.
no. These aren't my messages.
Did Jarvis Butts ever tell you that Ziyah texted him to meet up on January 9th, 2024?
No,
Did you tell Jarvis Butts about not being able to locate Ziyah on January 9th, 2024?
yes.
And tell me, how did you tell him that?
I called him. He didn't answer. I sent him a message asking him, have he seen Tuda, any whereabouts? And I said no Tuda, and he responded back. Oh,
I
wow.
didn't hear what you said, the last part.
Last part, I had, I texted him. Well, at first I called him. He didn't answer. The second time, I sent him a message, still no Tuda. He replied back, oh, wow.
Okay, thank you.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And just for record references, I'm showing here what's going to be proposed, People's Exhibit 48. Ms. Harris, those text messages that you just referenced, do you see those on this page?
Yes,
Okay. And so it's fair to say you stated to Mr. Butts, well, first of all, whose phone number is this at the top?
the phone number is my old telephone number,
Okay, and who is the phone number below that?
Jarvis Butts.
Okay. And is this guess, did these fairly and accurately represent these 2 messages? 3, 4, 5, 6 messages sent between you and Mr. Butts on January 9th, 2024 through January 11th, 2024.
The first page is, yes, it's correct. Second page is correct. Yes,
Okay. And so on January 9th, like you had indicated before, you had stated that you told him that there was still no Tutta.
correct,
Okay. And you said he responded, oh, wow.
correct.
Okay. And on January 11th, was Ziyah still missing?
Yes,
Okay. And did you ask Mr. Butts to do something?
At this point, I just asked that if she's going to read from the text message, just admit the exhibit.
I
You have an
can.
issue with moving to admit?
No, Judge.
Okay.
These fairly and accurately represent text messages between you and your phone to Jarvis and his phone between, well, they start back earlier. Some from December 3rd, 2023 through January 21st of 2024. These fairly and accurately represent text messages between
Yes.
you and your phone to Mr. Butts and his phone.
yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 48.
Okay, that'll be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. So on January
Welcome back,
11th,
Lady T. You may want to
did you ask
rewind
Mr. Butts to do
later.
something?
The grandmother
Yes.
testimony,
And what is it
we
that you
watched
asked him
that
to do?
first.
I asked him, can he share the missing flyer on his Facebook page?
Okay. And did you send him a copy of that missing flyer?
Yes,
Okay. And to backtrack just a little bit, on December 3rd, 2023, do you recall sending messages asking Mr. Butts if he needed Ziyah for anything?
yes, I do remember.
Okay. So do you remember this text on the first page of People's Exhibit 48?
Yes, I do remember this message.
Okay. And did you send that message?
Yes.
Okay. And what did the message say?
Tilla said, do you still need her to?
Okay. And do you know what is that referring to?
It was, Tilla had asked me to contact Jarvis and see if he still needed them to clean up.
Okay. And that would be to clean up his shop?
Yes,
Okay. And to fast forward, on January 21st, 2024, you sent some messages to Mr. Butts. Is that fair to say?
yes.
Okay. And can you read these last 3 messages?
These last 3 messages is, to be honest, these messages I seen into the inbox to you, I really don't know what to believe anymore. Stay away, Ramon, I mean it. The next message is, I don't know what to say, or Tilla is on. Says, this shit doesn't sit right with me. Call it what you want. I'm good, period. It says, this for life. Nigga, I thought about it, and you can pass it.
And
And don't call me, no need to explain shit. I already see it.
okay. So you were referencing some messages that you saw in Tutta's inbox.
Correct.
Tell me, how did you see some messages? Well, first of all, where were these messages, where were they at?
The day of Officer Gardner came to pick up Ziyah's tablet. My mom asked me to put it on the charger. I put it on the charger. Officer Gardner, after that, Officer Gardner called and said she's on her way.
You're saying, without saying what.
Okay, I'm sorry. The officer had called and said that they was on their way to come
Still
pick
you're
up.
saying.
the tablet.
Okay,
Okay, so,
sustain as far as hearsay.
yes, thank you, Judge. Okay, continue.
So the tablet, before the tablet was picked up, I looked inside to this tablet. She has 2 passwords that I normally know. So one of them is referenced for her brother's birthday, and the other one is referenced from my password. So I put the first password in, it didn't work. So I put the second password in. So the first thing I went to was Instagram, which I was scrolling. And I seen Jarvis Butt's Instagram page. I clicked on his page and I seen 2 messages.
Okay, and what were the messages that you saw? Who were they between, first of all?
Ziyah, my niece, and Jarvis.
And what were the messages that you seen?
It was roughly 2 messages that I have seen that I can recall. States,
I'm gonna object to this as hearsay. They have not been admitted, and the messages themselves would be the evidence.
Were they of any, were the messages of a sexual nature?
no,
Okay, and you said you saw 2 messages.
yes.
Okay, did you see anything else?
It was two sent pictures, but you can't really make anything out. It wasn't nothing there, but it was a picture was sent.
What did seeing those messages, what did they cause you to do?
Well, when I seen no messages, I called him,
Who's
and Jarvis Butts.
Okay.
Called him while he was at work, asked him, what is these messages I seen between you and my niece? And he said, what messages? Said it's 2 particular messages that states out and it's a picture. And he stated that, I don't know, these messages, I told him what the messages were, and he said it was probably our children was messaging him. And I stated no, because I know how our children will text.
And reading those messages, is that what caused you to text
Mr. Butts, yes,
Mr. Butts, in that you've seen the messages in the inbox and you don't really know what to believe anymore?
correct.
One second, Coach. So, Sharon, I want to take you back to January 9th. Were you home that day?
Yes,
Okay. And did you see Ziyah that day?
my senior did that morning, correct.
And do you remember what she was wearing at all?
Her coat and her uniform at the time, she had on some blue jeans. I don't really recall the outfit. I just know the coat she had on.
What was the coat that she had on?
She had on, it was a 90s coat with all the characters on it.
And you recall seeing her wearing that the morning of January 9th?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach people's already admitted exhibit 2?
Yes.
I'm going to show you people's exhibit 2. Can you tell me, do you recognize a coat in this photo?
Yes,
And whose coat do you recognize that to be?
Ziyah's.
Okay. Now, after you, when you saw Ziyah that morning, what did you do the rest of the morning?
Nothing, I was at home with my mom and my 2 children.
And do you ever leave the house at any point that day?
No, I was at the house the whole entire day.
And do you know what time Ziyah would normally get home from school?
On certain days, she will stay for after school, and then on certain days, she will come home. The days she will stay for after school is 6. And the days that she don't, it's at 3 o'clock.
Okay. And on January 9th, do you know if Ziyah had the after-school program?
Yes, at that time, my mom took her out of the after-school program. So she will come home directly at 3 o'clock.
Okay. And were you home at 3 o'clock?
Yes,
And did you see Ziyah come home?
No,
And did you see her come home at all the rest of the night?
no,
Did you leave at any point after 3 o'clock?
no.
Did you, yes, when Ziyah didn't come home, did that cause you to experience or feel any type of way?
It did. When she didn't come home is when my mom went to go pick up the other two children from the after school program. They knocked on the door and they had asked a question and said,
Objection, sounds like hearsay.
What's that? You have a response or?
A question isn't hearsay technically.
I think she said.
It's just a question.
I'm
Yes.
just getting ready to say a question. Okay,
What was
finish
the
what
question?
you're
What
saying.
was the question? that was asked?
The two children had asked me, Mom said, did
That's the hearsay. Mom-
Ziyah come home?
The hearsay is mom said.
Okay, so were you asked directly whether Ziyah came home?
So my mom was still in the car, I was inside the house. They was coming to the house, walking up to the door. When I opened the door, they asked me, Mom said, did Ziyah come home? I said, no,
And wasn't Ziyah home at all?
no.
Okay. And did you do any sort of looking for Ziyah that night?
Yes.
What did you do?
I called my twin sister. I called some of her friends that I know that stays close by. If they had seen Ziyah, heard from Ziyah and everything. And when I reached out to my sister, she said no. Her friend said no. So after that, I asked my mom, did she want me to call police? She said no, she will take it up in the morning.
Just one second. Shannon, did you know Ziyah to have a pair of red and black Nike shoes?
Yes.
Okay. And if I showed you a picture of them, would you be able to identify them?
Yes.
Karen, may I approach?
Yes.
And for the record, this is going to be from People's Proposed Exhibit 14, and it'll be picture 34. Do you recognize these shoes?
Yes, that's a pair of shoes that my mom bought for to the birthday.
Thank you. Now, back on the 9th, you said your mom was going to file a police report in the morning.
Correct.
Okay. Did you go with her to file a police report in the morning?
No, it was my older sister.
Did you do anything on the 10th as it relates to trying to find Ziyah?
Yes, we went out, I and some others went out to go get some pictures, made copies. We went to other stores, passed out flyers, and everything that we need to do. Now, what was asked of us to do.
And since January 9th, 2024, have you seen Ziyah?
No.
Have you, since January 9th, 2024, have you heard from Ziyah?
No.
Nothing further at this time, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Harris, I also have some questions for you. You and Mr. Butts have been, or you've known him for about 12 years?
Correct.
And fair to say that you were in a dating relationship with him for most of that time?
Correct.
But towards the end, like last year, it was more off and on, fair to say?
No, it was on and off for years.
For years, okay. But you have 5 children with him?
Correct.
And this relationship that you had with him, even towards the end when it was on, it was a sexual relationship, right?
Correct.
Sometimes you go to a motel to have sex with him,
Correct. Yes.
and that motel was the Park Crest Inn?
Or the SharePoint,
There was more than one,
multiples, yes.
but one of them was the Park Crest. Said yes,
Correct.
and it's in Harper Woods?
Correct.
Okay, I think this is the first time I've actually pushed pause. Okay, doing testimony. But you have got to be kidding me. Oh, Tweety, they definitely have a reason for this line of questioning. Now, I believe right now, you guys tell me right now, please, is this lady here, is she on the defense or the prosecution? Because the importance of what she's asking, and the reason why I push pause right here, and I try not to do that, is what we just heard was the same hotel that he took this woman to frequently is the same exact hotel that he went to the night of the crime. The same hotel that he went to the day that we got eyewitnesses saying they saw him with Ziyah. So is it safe to say maybe, or to assume that the same hotel that he was taking the Amy to is the same place he was taking the niece to? I was thinking about that, Tweety, and I said what I would do is, like, when the actual trials go on recess or lunch breaks and stuff like that, that's when we'll have discussion panels. You know what I'm saying? I was just thinking the same thing, Tweety. Okay, y'all, I'm going to control myself. I'm going to contain myself. But when she said what she called it, the Park Harbor Inn or whatever she called it, oh my God. 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 Okay. What do you guys think? I think during the trial, when they go on their lunch breaks and the recesses and stuff like that, or maybe for like an hour after they do the day of the trial, I'll drop the link. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to figure that out and work that out too. Right. Okay. But okay. I'm not going to stop testimony. Well, I'm not going to make no promises, but I've been doing, okay. Anywho.
On Harper?
That just killed me. I was like, what?
Do you know if Mr. Butts, or do you suspect that Mr. Butts has taken other women to those motels also?
Correct.
You do?
Mm.
I believe you said that you have, of your 5 children with him, 2 are girls
Yes.
and 3 are boys.
Correct.
And in January of this time, well, January 2023, you were living with your mother on Bedford, correct?
Correct.
Prior to that, were you living in Clinton Township?
Correct.
When did you leave the Clinton Township home and move to the Bedford home?
October 23.
And so there were times when you were in Clinton Township that Mr. Butts would travel out there to see the kids?
Correct.
And then when you moved to the Bedford address, he would go to the Bedford address to see the kids?
Correct.
And then the Bedford address is when Ziyah was also living there, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you just testified that on January the 9th, you were living at that house? on
Correct.
Bedford? And you were there during the day?
Correct.
And so were you one of the first people that realized that Ziyah did not come home when she was expected to be home?
Well, I didn't realize it until I had got a question. By the other kids had asked, did I have Ziyah came home yet, or have I seen her? And I said no.
Do you remember what time that was in the afternoon?
That was in the evening. My mom picked them up 6 o'clock.
So that was about 3 hours later than she normally should have been home.
Correct.
Was that surprising?
Yes, it was. One, we thought that she was at the after school program. But it didn't dawn on no one until my mom came back to the house and she wasn't here, or she wasn't in the car when they had got in the car.
And so when you all realized that she wasn't at school and she wasn't at home, was that surprising?
Yes.
But you didn't go to the woods that night.
No.
She ever not returned home previously?
No, this is her first time ever doing this.
Did she have friends in the neighborhood that she would go visit?
Yes.
And you said, I think, are those the folks that you contacted to ask?
Yes.
You were just shown a pair of red and black Nike shoes, right?
Correct.
And you identified those shoes as being Ziyah's shoe. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's a shoe that looks like the shoe that Ziyah is wearing, correct?
Correct. Correct.
You can't say for sure that that
Yes,
exact
her-
shoe came from Ziyah, is that fair to say?
Correct.
And I think you testified that very rarely would you ever use text now to contact Mr. Butts.
Right.
Only if your phone was turned off.
Right.
And that was not very often.
Right.
Would Ziyah ever have access to your phone to use it?
Yes, like she would ask, hey, TT, can I see your phone? Sure, I wouldn't mind. Yes.
And so would she text from that phone?
Probably, yes.
Did you ever notice any text from
No.
her on your phone?
No.
Did you ever notice if she had used your Text Now app?
No, the only time when I would notice something is say if me and Jarvis would we won't be on the same page seeing eye to eye, and I will call him and he say, why you will call me, or like why you continue to keep calling me, and I would say I haven't called you all day or in 2 days. Then I will go ask my kids like, hey, are y'all calling your dad because I haven't called him.
And until you looked into Ziyah's Instagram account, did you ever notice anything on your phone that caused you to be concerned?
No.
Between Ziyah and Mr. Lutz?
No.
And Mr. Lutz, we said would come to the house to see his kids.
Correct.
He would drop them off at the house sometimes. He would take them places.
Yes.
He would pick Janiyah up from there.
Like he depending on like if he will pick up the kids, if I need him to pick up the kids from the pickup or drop off spot for school, he will do that. Yeah.
And then take them either to Clinton Township when you live there or to the Bedford Street address.
Correct.
Okay. But most times he wouldn't even come to the house, right?
He will come to the house. He will call me first before he will come.
Would he come into the house physically or would he sit in his truck outside?
50%. He will sit in the car and wait till the kids come outside, or he will knock on the door.
Would he be in the house for any length of time?
Only if I'm inside the house.
Like he was visiting with you?
Yes.
So you never knew a time that Mr. Butts would have been alone in the house with Ziyah?
No.
You can't think of a time when he had been in the house and had gone down to the basement with her
No.
or any other room in the house alone?
No.
Would Mr. Butts have ever been at that house if another adult, like you or your mother, weren't there?
He will, what you said,
Would Mr. Butts ever be at the house if you or your mother weren't there?
no, it will be me or another person.
The idea that anything was going on between Mr. Butts and Ziyah is shocking to you, right?
Correct.
You had no idea.
No,
You never noticed anything between Ziyah and Mr. Butts that made you concerned?
no,
You never saw any inappropriate behavior?
not at all.
You didn't notice Mr. Butts paying any special attention to her?
No.
Certainly, if you had noticed that, that would have caused you concern.
Yeah, it would have raised a whole bunch of red flags.
Likely, you wouldn't have invited him into the house, correct?
Correct.
You found it hard to believe even that Mr. Butts would hurt Ziyah.
But I won't know. I don't know what he will do if a person's back is up against the wall.
But the thought of that was hard for you, at least at one point, to
Yeah.
believe, correct?
Correct.
Now, during the time that you and Mr. Butts were together, he's had children with other women,
Correct.
pretty consistently with other women,
Correct.
more than one woman.
Correct.
Some of those women you actually knew about, correct?
Correct.
They lived kind of even in the same neighborhood on the east side.
Correct.
But you suspect that there were women that you didn't know about,
Correct.
even one that lived, or more than one that lived over on the west side?
Correct.
You believe he was going out there to see somebody around the end of 2023, January 2024?
Correct.
Before January the 9th, you had a conversation with Ziyah about a location on Outer Drive in Belfour,
Yes.
and that was surprising to you, right?
Correct.
That's on the east side of Detroit.
Yes.
Did you end up giving her directions on how to get to that location?
Yes.
Why did you give her directions?
I was just getting out the shower and just getting myself together. She asked me, she said, "Hey, Titi," she said, "where is Balfour and Outer Drive?" And I told her, I said, "You know exactly where Balfour and Outer Drive at." I said, "Outer Drive is right where the wine basket at." And I said, "You know where Balfour at?" And she was like, "I get Balfour and Bedford mixed up." So I said, "You already know Balfour is before Bedford." So she said, "Okay." She said, "Because we are in school and we are learning about our surroundings." So I said, "Okay." But that was the only two things that she had asked, was where was Outer Drive and Balfour at.
Does that location have any special significance to you?
No.
Do you know anybody at that location?
No, the only thing that I'm familiarized with just picking up Jarvis on Outer Drive in Belfort. It's just on a corner.
On a corner?
Mm-hmm.
Not at an address?
Not on the address.
When was this conversation that you had about that location? Do you recall?
This was right before Ziyah went missing.
Like how soon before? Weeks?
Maybe it was still in that same week she went missing.
Mr. Butts didn't have his own vehicle, fair to say?
No, he didn't.
He generally used,
His female's vehicles.
did you know Mr. Butts to park at one location and maybe walk to another to kind of try to remain undetected?
Pretty much, yes.
So would it be not out of the ordinary for you to have to pick him up at a random, or what seemed to be a random location to you?
Correct.
You lived with Ziyah for, you said, from about October until January the 9th.
Correct.
So you spent a lot of time around her.
Yes.
You knew her mannerisms,
Yes.
her demeanor,
Yes.
her moods.
Yes.
Did anything strike you as out of the ordinary about how she was acting at any point in time in December or January before she disappeared?
No, Ziyah, nothing have changed her character, none of that. She was just the same old Ziyah. Nothing is different.
Ziyah has a brother, right?
Yes,
Is it an older brother?
yes,
No, he had run away in 2023, is that right?
yes.
Objection relevant.
How was it relevant?
If it's something that had bothered her or something that she was dealing with at the time, could cause a change in her demeanor.
Overruled.
So she did have a brother that ran away,
Correct.
and was that something that she struggled with?
She didn't like the fact that her brother was running away. Yes, she didn't like it.
Around the same time, around the time December, January, was her mother supposed to come visit, her biological mother?
Yes.
Did she end up coming to see Ziyah?
Yes.
She did. Did Ziyah seem to have some big emotions about that contact?
Yes.
It was complicated, fair to say?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about that?
All the time.
Did you notice anything? You said you didn't notice anything in a changing mood. So
No.
what about physically?
No.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Can you redirect?
Did you go to the Park Crest Inn on January 9th, 2024? Mr.
No.
Fox?
No.
And fair to say, you knew of Mr. Butts having other females?
Yes.
Okay. And even some that you didn't know about?
Correct.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you don't always know, or you didn't always know what Mr. Butts was doing?
No.
You couldn't account for his whereabouts every minute of the day?
No.
Did you know him to, one of those cars that he would use, did you know him to have a white Escalade type truck?
Correct. Yes.
And you were asking questions about Outer Drive and Balfour. Fair to say, from what I gathered, the only connection you have to that area is Jarvis Butts.
Correct.
Okay, so he's the only one you would associate with that area.
Correct.
And you knew Mr. Butts to have other children?
Correct.
Okay, and you knew him to have clearly gotten other women pregnant?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, were all those women adults?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did he, to you, ever hide getting another woman pregnant?
No.
Nothing further, Rich.
Okay, you are done testifying. Please watch your step. Excellent. Who's going to be doing the next witness?
I will.
Okay, as far as time.
All right.
Okay.
So we getting through it. At this point in time, we saw the grandmother and we saw the auntie.
Marilyn Lee.
You guys are doing fantastic in the Lit Lane Jury Box chat. Y'all are doing great as far as participating, and I know a lot of you guys are
You've just
at
been
work.
listening to testimony in the beginning
anyone who
stages
may
of
be
the murder
watching from
case
up
of
top,
missing Detroit teen Ziyah Harris.
thank you for
Her
supporting this
grandmother and legal
content. Make
guardian-
sure you hit the like. If you're not subscribed, please be sure to what I'm gonna need you to do. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe and hit the bell. We meet each day somewhere between, I know this sounds horrible, but somewhere between 11 and noon. Okay, I haven't pinpointed the time yet, but between 11 a.m. Central Standard Time or noon is when we will congregate here and do our trial watches. We also right now are currently doing a nighttime trial watch, a best of trial for the burn pile. So stay tuned, hit the link and not hit the link, hit the subscribe button. Please like and share. Okay, so let me take this down. And we're going to get into, if you would like to watch this trial, this hearing in its totality, I will be putting the link in the description box. But for right now, let me speak amongst yourselves for a second. Give me a moment to take care of this. I'm going to disappear, but just hold tight. Don't go nowhere.
Butts charged with count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2 child sexually abusive activity. Count 3 criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. With the habitual offender fourth offense notice set for exam today. Appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
And good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Makepeace on behalf of the people as well, P82796.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff, the Vendor Services by Henry, P82125 on behalf of Mr. Charles Butts.
And good morning, Your Honor. We're Defender Service by Cheryl Cook, P83973, also on behalf of Charles Butts. Mr. Butts, station.
Mr. Butts, you can have a seat.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lauren Butler, new Defender Service as well.
Thank you. Okay, any preliminary matters before we begin the exam?
That's just would request her to invoke the rule of sequestration.
And the people would ask for an exception for the officer in charge, because they in fact Sergeant Shannon Jones.
Just question whether or not Sergeant Johnson has testified today.
Not today, but she will be testifying.
No objection for exam.
Okay, if there is anyone in the courtroom who may testify or is a witness on this case pending today or its trial, if it goes to trial, you must exit the courtroom now. Also, just to put everyone on notice, this case is being streamed live on YouTube. So if there's anyone on YouTube who may testify or is a witness on this case, you must also log off and not view the proceedings today. Anything else?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Call your first witness.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, we'll call Cordell Brett.
stand right here, Mr. Wright, face the judge, raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Watch your step. Do you have his name? Can you spell his first name for me?
CORDELL.
Ready to get it, sir?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Good morning.
And Mr. Wright, do you have a nickname?
Yes,
And what's your nickname?
King.
Is that King?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. How old are you?
37,
When's your birthday?
11/17,
What year?
86.
And Mr. Wright, back in January 2024, were you on an MBOC tether?
Yes, I was.
And what dates were you on tether from?
From March 14th, 23 to March 28th of 24.
And what were your tether restrictions back then?
I could leave the house from 6 in the morning. I had to be back in by 9 p.m.
Mr. Wright, do you know someone named Jarvis Butts?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Jarvis Butts?
I first met him. We worked together at a shop called Frank's, and then we owned the shop together.
And do you see Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
No.
Yeah. Would you be able to stand up so you can look around?
Yes. No.
When did you meet Mr. Butts?
2018.
And you said you two worked together initially at a place called Frank's.
Frank's.
All right. Where was Frank's at?
He has a couple locations. He has 7, but the one I met him at was on Warren and Neff.
Okay. And what locations of Frank's did you work at with Mr. Butts?
Warren and Neff.
Yes. And Mr. Wright, I'm approaching those proposed exhibits 4, 5, and 6. Can you look at these and tell me if you recognize those?
I recognize this one, and this one.
And those are those a fair and accurate depiction of the Frank's Auto Shops? At least 2 of them on Warren and the other one maybe on Harper?
Yes.
Okay, which is the one that's on Harper?
The last one on the inside.
Okay, and that's People's Exhibit, proposed exhibit 6?
Yes.
Okay, you're not moving the admission of People's 4, 5, and 6?
No objection here. They'll be admitted as People's Exhibits 4, 5, and 6.
Thank you, Judge. How long did you work at Frank's with Mr. Butts?
Few years.
About how many years would you estimate?
2.
And when did that change from Frank's to another shop?
Maybe in 23 sometime.
Would it be earlier in the year or later in the year?
Maybe mid, maybe in May. Well, maybe April, May.
And then where did you guys work then?
We got a shop together on 9,000 Connor.
And what is at 9,000 Connor?
A sicko, a car wash, and our shop was in the middle of both.
may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett, I'm handing you what's marked as people's proposed exhibits 7 and 8. Can you look at those and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I recognize.
And are those a fair and accurate depiction of your shop at 9,000 Connor?
Yes, it is.
And are not with the admission of people's proposed exhibits 7 and 8?
Okay. They'll be admitted as people's exhibits 7 and 8.
Thank you. Who was it that you mainly worked with at 9,000 Connor?
I'm sorry,
Who was it that you worked with at 9,000 Connor?
Jarvis.
I want to take you back to when you were working at Frank's with Mr. Butts. Did you ever see Mr. Butts with any children there?
Yes,
And specifically, did you see him with any young girl children?
yes,
And did you know who those were?
yes.
Who were they? Who were they?
His daughter, his niece.
Daughters and niece. What about any boys?
Yes,
And who were they?
his sons.
How often would you see him with children there at Frank's?
Sporadically.
And at 9,000 Connor, did you see Mr. Butts with any children then?
Yes,
Any girls?
yes.
And who would they be?
His daughter.
And what about any boys?
Yes,
Who would they be?
his sons.
And how often would you see him with children at 9,000 Connor?
Sporadic.
And as it relates to this case, it's fair to say that you spoke with Detroit police a few times,
Yes, about 4.
about 4 times. Okay. That first time that you talked to Detroit police, do you recall about when that was?
The first time was the day before Valentine's Day, so like February 13th.
February 13th, and is that of 2024?
Yes,
All right. And at that time, were you presented with a jail call?
yes.
And who was that jail call with?
Jarvis,
And who was he talking to?
me.
And what was the topic of that jail call?
He called to ask would I receive a cell phone out of a truck for him.
And were you familiar with what truck he was asking you to get it from?
Yes.
What truck was that?
It was a Z71 Chevy Suburban.
And did you know who that truck belonged to?
Yeah, his baby mom or somebody he was dealing with.
And do you recall listening to that jail call?
Yeah, I recall.
If I would move to admit the jail call from, I believe it's February 8th, 2024, between Mr. Wright and Mr. Butts.
Any objection?
No objection.
What's the exhibit number on that?
Sorry, that's exhibit number 1.
It'll be admitted as people's exhibit 1.
Thank you, Judge. And may I publish?
Yes, I did. Co-host.
Thank you, Judge. And for the record, I am playing people's exhibit 1.
This is a one-time free 3-minute call from an inmate at Lee County Jail. Your phone is not the correct call. This call has been provided by Helmet as a courtesy for friends and family. You cannot receive additional calls from this entity until you fill prepaid. We can take your credit or debit card information over the phone and connect you immediately back to your phone. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. Press 1 to accept all communications from this. Thank you for using Soundmate.
My guy, what's up, man?
Nah, shit, man. What's happening?
Nah, shit, man. How you feeling? My bad, I missed your call. I was working like a motherfucker.
I figured they said you was up there banging. They said something banging.
Yeah, you know it.
What's up, my nigga? Who is that, Tim? What's up, boy?
You know it.
Hey, shit. Man, I'm calling, man. These bitches, they put my money on my fucking books, bro.
Oh, yeah, take a minute for them to put that shit on there. Even if you walk in with it, man, they be playing it crazy.
Yeah,
I swear to God. Hey, you got a machine and shit. You show you straight, you need something. I mean, I'm gonna come out to that thing.
Yeah, I have money on my books, nigga. I came in with money.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they put this shit on my hookup. I was up on the tablet. I didn't come up $0. That's some bullshit.
That shit crazy.
Yeah.
How is it, though?
Man, that's some bullshit. I'm really gonna be quarantined on this whole shit, bro.
Oh, yeah, they got you on that quarantine club for how long? 3 days?
I don't know how long, nigga. Shit, I'm about to be the only one in this bitch on my part.
You say, what happened?
I said, shit, I'm about to be the first. Remember me and DNC and Young up in this motherfucker. We want these boys on this bitch.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
What you need?
Huh?
No, I was asking funny what that customer needs. Man, listen. You straight?
Yeah, my nigga.
Huh?
So yeah, I'm good, oh shit, yeah, you got Tasha number, right?
Yeah.
So Dig, I need you to call her one day, nigga, and get that truck up there, nigga. Get my phone out there back seat, bro.
Oh, man. All right. Well, I'm supposed to get the truck up there. What will tell her?
Tell her you gonna truck around and lost a car that there too when we was moving the radio.
Okay.
I'm see.
You have 1 minute remaining for this call.
Reach behind that back seat.
Yeah.
So you reach behind that back seat, bro. The box right there, straight behind the middle of that back seat, bro.
Okay, under it or in the back or in the back
In
thing?
the back, right in the back of the seat, bro.
Okay.
On the second row.
I got what I need the key. You know you took the key. You took the key to the gate.
It's the same key.
I don't got that key to it.
Yeah, you do. It's the same key to the lock at the door.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. All right.
Yeah, it's the same key, bro.
Now, you know I got to. I'll put the money on the phone later, man. When I get around, baby, I will put the credit card. You?
I told my wife and have her bring it up the seat.
No, I don't need it though. This is the same one I got it, so I don't need it right now anyway. This is when I get the scrap out of there.
Okay.
And Mr. Wright, were you successful in getting that cell phone from the vehicle like Mr. Bud asked you to?
She came up there, but no, I wasn't successful. It wasn't there.
Wasn't there? Okay.
When we say she, who you referring to?
Tasha,
And who's Tasha that you know of?
his baby mom.
Okay. Did you look for it in the vehicle?
Yeah, I looked for it.
Okay. And you were unsuccessful at finding it?
Yes.
And I'm sure I want to talk to you now about the second time that you were speaking with Detroit police. Was it heard that it was just a couple days after your first time?
It was not long, a few weeks maybe. I was off tether at that point, I believe.
Okay. And do you recall talking about fixing a red Jaguar and going to Ypsilanti?
Yes, I do.
Tell me about how many times did you and Mr. Butts go to Ypsilanti?
I believe it was either 2 or 3.
All right. And how did that come about? Whose red Jaguar is this?
My son's grandma.
Your son's grandma.
So she called said she was having some problems with it and asked if we would come look at it, which is not unusual. We do house calls depending on the person and where it's located, but this is my son's grandma, so of course we're gonna make the exception. She called and said she was having problems with the car, asked if we would come look at it. We went, assessed the car at her house the first time. I think we made a minor repair there, not to the extent that it was the problem that she was having after the fact.
So, where is this red Jaguar located when you guys go out to see it?
It's in my son's grandma driveway in Ypsilanti off Michigan Avenue.
And who goes with you out there that first time?
Jarvis?
Okay. Is just you and Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys go out there and you assess, make a minor repair.
Yeah.
Does it completely fix the car?
For that problem, yes.
Okay. And then is there another time that you end up having to do work on this red Jaguar?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
She drove the Jaguar for a while. It was doing fine. And then she said it was leaking something. I asked her what it was leaking. She said she didn't know. I asked her if she could get it towed to the shop. She said, yeah.
Okay. So at some point, this red Jaguar gets towed to your shop at 9000 Connor?
Yes.
Okay. And who works on it at 9000 Connor?
Me and Jarvis.
Okay. And what do you do when you finish fixing? Do you ever finish fixing the red Jaguar?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you do when you finish fixing it?
We take it back to her. I called her first and asked her how she was planning on retrieving the vehicle. She said she was going to tow it, and I didn't want to cost her no more money, so I told her that we could bring it.
Okay. And do you recall if that was on or about January 9th of 2024?
It was on.
It was on that day?
Yes.
Okay. So on that day, before you take the red Jaguar back, who was tell me about how that day started for you.
I woke up. I typically leave the house at 6 because that's what time I could leave. So I went to the gym. I got to the shop probably around 8:30. I don't know who opened the shop. I can't really recall which one of us opened it, but Jarvis may have been there already. A few cars came in, then the Jaguar probably got there maybe around 9 o'clock. I assessed the Jaguar. Jarvis left for a moment. I had another mechanic, being it's a foreign car, so I had a foreign car mechanic on call to help with the work, but he was busy, so he came, said he wouldn't have time to do it, so I think I Googled it, seen how it was done, and I proceeded taking the water pump off.
Okay. So you're working on the Jaguar, and is Mr. Buck at work that day?
Yes, he was there.
Okay. What do you guys, you and Mr. Butts, do as it relates to work on the night?
I think we had a few cars that came in that needed some minor repairs. Between that and the Jaguar, we was jumping in and out of the Jaguar job, and the cars that pulled up, maybe oil change, tune up, whatever, et cetera, so forth was. But we was mainly working on the Jaguar, trying to get the water pump off, as it is a hard job to do.
And do you always have all of your parts on stock or on your person in stock with you?
No, we call either AutoZone, Mansfield, one of the auto stores that has them.
Okay. And did you have to go get any auto parts on January 9th?
Yes, we had to go get the water pump for the Jaguar, as well as some other parts, I believe, for other cars.
Okay. And when you go and get parts, is it usually just one of you, both of you, or something else?
That depending. If it's a car there, then one of us will stay. If it's not a car there, we go together sometime.
Okay. And on January 9th of 2024, did you guys, did one of you guys go to the auto parts store, or did you both go?
We both went.
Both went? Okay. Tell me what happens when you go to the auto parts store.
Before that, I called them. They ordered the water pump, so we went and picked it up when they called and said it was in. We got in the truck, went to AutoZone, got the water pump. On our way back from AutoZone, I believe we forgot something, so we ended up turning back around, going back to AutoZone, grabbed whatever we forgot, came back, and on our way back, we was coming down Harper. Jarvis said, "I see my niece right there. She walking." We pulled into Angel's liquor store. I still didn't see her. He pointed across my face, said she right there. She was coming across the street at that time. She got in the truck with us. She spoke, hi King, hi Jay, and we proceeded back to the shop.
So, when you guys are driving to these auto parts stores, who's driving?
Jarvis,
Okay, and where are you at?
passenger seat.
Okay. And you said when you guys are heading back to the shop the second time,
Mhm.
That's when you said Jarvis spots someone.
Yes,
Who does he say that he spots?
his niece.
His niece. Okay. And do you recognize his niece?
Yes, when I see her, when he pointed her out to me, yes, I recognize her walking across the street.
Okay. And so you guys pull over. Where does she get into the car at?
I believe she getting the behind me, so the back seat behind me.
And does Jarvis say anything to her?
Yeah, she speaks to both of us, and we speak back.
Okay. What does he say to her?
Hi.
And where do you guys go after you pick up his niece?
Back to the shop.
Okay, and that's at 9,000 Connors?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you guys do when you get back to 9,000 Connors?
He back in. We get out. We proceed to working on the Jaguar. I may have got out the car first with the parts, and he was in the car with her for a second. I got out, started working on the Jaguar.
And what happens next? What do you guys do?
I believe she get out, get into the front seat, reposition herself to the front seat of his truck. It was colder that day. I believe she started the truck. We started working on the Jaguar, putting the parts back on. It took a little minute. Like I said, it was a difficult job, so it took a while. At some point, I believe his truck ran out of gas, so we had to stop what we were doing to push his truck to the gas pump so he could get some gas.
So you said that she gets out of the car that you guys were in?
Yes.
Okay, and then she gets into Jarvis's truck?
No. We was always in Jarvis' truck.
Okay.
So she gets out of the back seat and repositions herself to the front seat so she can start the cover.
And tell me what kind of truck does Jarvis drive?
Escalade.
Okay. And what color?
It's pearl white.
What if you can see, what is his niece doing while you guys are working on the shop at the shop?
I believe she's on her cell phone, I believe.
Does Jarvis ever take his niece anywhere while you guys are working at the shop?
No.
No. Okay. Did you ask him if he was going to take her home at all?
I believe I asked him, was he gonna drop her off when the truck ran out of gas? We had to push it to the pump. It was just a distraction from work, so I asked, was he gonna drop her off? He said no.
And did you finish working on the Jaguar that day?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens after you finish up on the Jaguar?
I called my son, grandma, and asked her how she was gonna retrieve the vehicle. She said she was gonna tow it back. I told her she didn't have to do that. That was just spending extra money. So I asked Jarvis, was it all right if we dropped it off? He said yes. And we started making preparations to do so.
Do you recall about what time you guys finished the Jaguar and prepared to leave?
Right around 7:30ish, somewhere around there.
When do you guys eventually leave the shop?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me about who all leaves the shop?
Me, Jarvis, and his niece.
Okay. And tell me about the driving arrangements.
So I drove my 300 and Jarvis drove the Jaguar.
Where was his niece at?
She was with him in the front seat of the Jaguar.
Now, are you able to recall what his niece looked like that day?
Yes, faintly, but yes.
Do you remember what kind of clothing she was wearing?
I remember she had a jacket on. Like I said, a coat. It was cold, so I think it was colorful.
Colorful?
Yeah.
May I approach?
Yes.
And Mr. Wright, I'm approaching with People's Proposed Exhibit 2. And I'm going to direct you to the top left corner. Can you tell me, is there anything that you recognize in that?
The jacket in Channel 1.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the jacket that you've seen his niece, Jarvis's niece, wearing that day?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 2.
Any objection? Okay. We'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 2.
Thank you. I'm going to show you your man approaching. And then showing you its marked Appeals Post Exhibit 3. Do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
Thanks. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of Jarvis's niece as you remember seeing her back on January 9th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the same niece that went with you to Ypsilanti?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 3.
No objection. Okay, it'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 3.
Thank you. So, you guys are driving to Ypsilanti. You said you're driving in your 300, and Jarvis is driving the Jaguar with his niece.
Yes.
Okay. About how long did it take you guys to get to Ypsilanti?
It was raining that day, so about 35 minutes.
And when you get to Ypsilanti, what do you do?
We get out, we park the car, get out, we go in. My son's grandma and I believe his auntie was there as well, so they greeted us. They spoken to him before, so they greet him. And then my son, grandma asked who the little girl was.
And did you introduce the little girl?
No,
Okay. Who introduced the little girl?
Jarvis did.
And what did Jarvis introduce her as?
Niece.
And about how long do you guys stay in Ypsilanti?
Not long, maybe 15 minutes or so. My son, auntie had to go get the rest of our money that my son, grandma didn't have, so she went to the ATM.
What do you guys do once you went to the ATM?
Talking. She was just telling us about other work she needed to do around her house, et cetera, so on and so forth.
And was Mr. Butts with you the whole time?
Yes.
So you guys eventually leave Ypsilanti.
Yes.
And tell me about the driving arrangements coming or leaving Ypsilanti.
At this point, we only have one vehicle, which is mine. We get in, drive it in the front. I believe Ziyah sat behind me.
Sat behind you?
Yes.
Okay. So, and is there any kind of talking or conversation when you guys are driving?
No, I got sounds in my car, so no.
And do you recall about what time you guys, where do you guys go when you leave Ypsilanti?
Back to 9,000 Connor.
Okay. And do you recall about what time you guys get back to that house?
Probably around 8:45. I was cutting it close on the tether.
What do you do when you get back to 9,000 Congress?
Opened up the shop door where he left. He left his truck in one of the bays, so we opened up that bay door, went through the gas station because that's the way we entered the shop. Went through the gas station, opened the shop, opened one of the bay doors. I went to the back and started splitting the money that we had made for the day, and separating the receipts, etc.
Where do you see his niece go?
Getting this truck,
Do you recall where at his truck she got into?
passenger seat,
Is that front passenger, back passenger, or something else?
front passenger.
And where's Mr. Buck at?
Back in the back with me, separate the cash.
And when you leave, do you lock up the shop?
No, I left first.
You left first. Okay. So when you leave, who's still at the shop?
Jarvis and his niece.
Do you see them leave the shop at all?
No.
And have you seen, Jarvis's niece, the one that was with you on the 9th? Have you seen her since January 9th, 2024?
No.
Now I want to talk about the day after that you guys went to FC, so January 10th. Do you recall if Mr. Bucks was at work that day?
I don't think he was.
What makes you think that he wasn't?
I believe he called me like 3 times, 4 times. No reason for him to call me if he was standing right next to me.
No response. So I don't think he's speculating, so not putting police.
You asked the question, re-asked the question.
Yes. So you said that you don't believe he was at work because he would call you, or he called you so often?
He called me. We had a 30-minute conversation on one account, and then we had another conversation about 15 minutes. So
that makes you believe in your mind that he was actually on the ceiling.
What's the question first?
He's asking, based on those conversations, in his mind to him, that means that Mr. Bucks was not at the shop with him. I don't think that's leading.
It's stating the conclusion.
So you already stated that he wasn't at the shop. We didn't do it. So I'll overrule.
Make sure. You can answer.
one more time. I'm sorry.
Sorry. So based on the length of those phone calls and the time of them, did that make you believe that Mr. Bucks was not at the shop?
Right.
Did Jarvis Bucks ever mention to you about his niece being missing?
No.
Have you talked to Mr. Bucks, aside from that jail call that we played, since turning himself in?
No.
And do you know someone, do you know any of Jarvis's siblings?
Yes.
And which sibling do you know?
I met his brother and I met his sister.
You talked to his sister. Well, start that. Do you remember would his sister ever come to the shop?
Sporadically.
Sporadically, okay. And are there times that you talk to her?
Yes.
Okay. And you talk to her about Jarvis's niece being missing?
After the police questioned me, I believe she came up there and we spoke about it, yes.
Wright, I'd asked you earlier about if you'd seen Mr. Butts in the courtroom. So did you couldn't see him?
Yes.
Okay. And may I approach?
Yes.
And I'm showing you People's Proposed Exhibit 9. Can you tell me if you recognize that photo?
Yes.
And who is it in that photo?
Jarvis.
That's Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Now I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 9.
Exhibit as People's Exhibit 9.
Thank you. And Mr. Wright, I kind of want to direct your attention back to People's Proposed Exhibit 3, or People's Exhibit 3, I'm sorry. Can you see it from here where I'm holding it?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know who this person in this photo is now?
Yes.
And who do you know her as now?
Ziyah.
And the next time that you see Jarvis Butts after January 9th, 2024, do you see any injuries on him?
No, I don't believe I've seen it.
Really further objection.
Okay, Ross?
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Good morning.
You said that, I believe, in your testimony that you have known Mr. Butts since about 2018, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You said you met at Frank's, the shop that you looked at.
That's correct.
And you said you guys worked together at Frank's for about 2 years.
That's correct.
And so that means in about 2020, you opened up the shop on Connor.
No, in 2021, I went to prison.
Okay.
So that's why we didn't work together for that period of time. But
And so
when
you came back
I came back and we went back to the same thing.
at Frank's,
Yes.
and what year was that?
That was 2023.
Okay. And so then, how long after you came back were you the two of you at Frank's together?
Maybe a few months till maybe like the middle of the year. So maybe around either June. It was before summer, so maybe around April. It was still a little cold outside.
So like early spring
Yeah.
of 2023 is when you said that you think that you opened up the shop at 9,000?
Yes, it could have been earlier than that, but yes, around about.
And so you became business partners?
Yes,
Did you become business partners?
yes,
Okay. You also consider Mr. Butts a friend at that point?
yes,
As far as the business arrangement, you said it was a 50-50 split. Did you split it every day at the end of the day? Or?
every day at the end of the day.
Now back around the beginning of 2024, maybe the end of 2023, were you seeing a woman in Clinton Township?
A woman in Clinton Township?
Yes. A friend of a woman named Shannon Harris?
In 24?
Yes.
No.
Or ever?
Yes.
When were you seeing her?
It probably was 2000 and maybe 19 or 20
So before you went,
before I went to prison.
okay. Did you and Mr. Butts ever have a falling out about that?
No.
Now, you and Mr. Butts, did you talk about your personal lives?
Sometimes, yes,
And you spent days at work together, right?
Right.
So presumably it came up,
of course,
talk about girlfriends.
of course,
Did women often come to the shop looking for Mr. Butts?
sporadically.
Did he talk to you about the various women that he would be seeing? Or juggling, maybe?
That happened.
Did it sometimes cause drama at the shop?
It happens.
When we come up maybe in front of Mr. Butts,
It happens.
maybe about other women that he was seeing?
Happens.
Did you ever feel like that was affecting the business?
Not at Frank's.
What about at the business that you own with Connor?
No, it didn't happen as much there.
Didn't have as much in Connor?
Right.
Now, sometime, I guess, while the two of you all were working together, you had a friend that was, I guess, talking to or trying to date one of Mr. Butt's daughters. Is that correct?
That happened.
The daughter was 21, 22.
She was somewhere around there. I'm not 100% certain, but yeah, around that age, 20, 21, 22.
And that caused an issue for Mr. Butts.
It did.
He got pretty upset with this friend.
It did. I was in prison at the time, so, but yes, I was involved directly.
Did you ever hear about an altercation that happened between the two of them?
Some kind of altercation did occur, yes.
Was it your impression that Mr. Butts was pretty protective of her
Yeah,
based on that?
based on that.
Do you know how many children Mr. Butts has?
13?
And you said that some of them would come to the shop.
Yes, that happened.
You're familiar with them?
Yeah.
And I can ask you to name everyone, not all of them, but at the shop on Connor, you said his sons would come,
His son will come sometimes and stay today with us.
and his daughter.
She'll come sometimes and stay today with us.
And what's her name? Do you recall?
Now I don't want to misname it.
Okay.
I think it's someone with a J or something like that, but I'm not 100% sure.
Was she like a teenager?
He has a teenager. She come up there sometime, but not really. The littlest one, maybe 9, 7, 8, 9, somewhere around there.
Okay. And then his niece would also come?
Yes.
Would she come typically with his own children?
When I first met her, yes, that's how I met her with his daughter. She would always come with his daughter. They would come up there sometimes to get air in their tires, maybe money, just typical kid stuff.
Did he ever, or did the two of you ever have them like doing chores around the shop?
Sometimes.
Did Mr. Butts talk to you about his children?
Yes.
Did you talk about spending time with them?
Yes, I believe he lived with the majority of them.
And you said that, you mentioned Tasha, she's one of the mothers of some of his children,
Yes.
correct? Is that who he was living with at the time?
No, I don't believe so.
Now, you said, I believe in your testimony, that you had been to Ypsilanti twice with Mr. Butts.
Or 3 times, one or the other.
It possibly could have been 3.
It could have possibly been 3. I'm not 100% certain.
Now, one of the times that his niece was at the shop was, you said, on January the 9th.
First time I seen her by herself, yes.
That's because you all picked her up on Harper.
Yes.
Did Mr. Butts seem surprised that he saw her?
I'm not sure. I couldn't really, we was riding. I wasn't really paying attention to his expression. He just said, "Hey, there go my niece." I didn't see her, so he pointed her out to me.
And at that time, you only knew her as his niece, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have any idea what her name was at that time.
No.
And in fact, the reason you learned her name was when you identified that picture that was just shown to you and the police told you what her name was. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Now, in the time that you were at the shop on the 9th with Mr. Butts and his niece, did you see any inappropriate behavior or anything that made you raise your eyebrows between the two of them?
No.
What about any of the other times that his niece would have been there at the shop? Did you ever see any behavior that made you question or thought it was inappropriate?
I can't say I have.
Now, the three of you wrote back from Ypsilanti on January 29th. That was your testimony, right?
Yes.
Was there any conversation between Mr. Butts and his niece in the car?
There was no conversation between really nobody. I had the music on.
And I'm gonna back up to earlier in the day, when the three of you came to the shop the first time after you picked her up from on Harper.
Okay.
You said that she pretty much stayed in Mr. Butts' car the whole time.
Yes.
She said she was on her phone.
Yes.
Did you ever leave the shop at all after that, before you guys went to Ypsilanti?
Maybe in the gas station.
So not the, just the attached gas station?
Yeah, maybe to the gas station. I'm not sure if I actually physically left the building. I'm not sure.
Would it have been for more than like 5 or 10 minutes?
If I ever left, no, maybe to use the bathroom, so maybe 10 minutes tops if I had to leave.
You never went out to grab parts at any place that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
Now, after January 9th, what was the next time you said that you saw Mr. Butts?
The 11th.
The 11th. Okay, he was not at work on the 10th?
No.
Okay. Were you there on time on the 10th? Do you recall?
I'm never on time.
What time did you come in on the 10th?
Probably about 8:40. I go to the gym, so we open at 8, but I'm never there at 8. So I probably got there maybe 8:49.
And on the 10th, were you the one that opened the shop?
Yes.
Now, you were aware at that time that Mr. Butts was supposed to turn himself in and serve a jail sentence of William County Jail. That's correct?
Yes, I am.
You have talked about that, obviously, because he was going to leave the business for a while.
Correct.
And you actually went to the courthouse on the day he turned himself in to support him, right?
Yes, I was there.
And he was going to be serving time on a gun possession charge, is that right?
That's correct.
If you know.
That's correct.
And because you were kind of paying attention to what was happening, you understood that the court date had gotten changed a few times.
Yeah, he told me that it had changed. So I believe he was supposed to get sentenced on the 9th, but it got pushed back to February the 7th. So I learned that through him. I didn't go to court with him that time, but just when he got sentenced, I went to court with him that time.
Are you familiar with any court dates that he had out in township around that time?
He did say he had something going on with his daughter, I believe. I believe it was domestic with his daughter of some sort. So yeah, I was familiar with that, I believe.
Was he going to court for that at that same time?
Around about, I believe it was supposed to be, yes.
Now you got involved because at some point you became aware that the Detroit police wanted to talk to you back in February.
They came to the shop and picked me up
Okay, that should took you on.
to headquarters.
Okay, and that was the first time on February 13th, is that right?
That was February 13th.
Then you said you spoke with them again a couple days later.
Yes, I would believe the first time I spoke with him, I was still on tether, so it had to be sometime after I was up. Tether, yeah.
And then you spoke with them again in March, right?
Yes.
Was that a phone conversation?
No, all of our conversations was via person.
And then a couple weeks ago, did you also speak with the police
Yes.
and the prosecutors?
I don't know if a prosecutor, but yes, I believe she was.
Or you can remember?
Yes.
Now, in February, when you were talking to the police, by that time, had you seen anything on the news or on social media about who you later learned was Mr. Butts' niece?
No.
So at the time you were interviewed by the police, you didn't know anything about?
No.
And at the time that you were talking to the police, while you were on tether in February, you were on tether because you were on parole, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you had about 3 weeks left on parole at that point.
Not 3 weeks in February.
Yes.
I had 3 weeks left on tether. I got off actual parole in May.
Okay. So the tether was coming off, but you were still gonna have to report.
3 more months after the tether came off.
And in February, I believe it was the second conversation that you had with the detective, presumably, you and the officer or the detective spoke about the tether, right? Do you recall that?
I believe so, yes.
Because you were concerned every time you would go somewhere, you would be late, you were very.
Oh, yeah,
about
yeah.
being home on time.
Right.
And in fact, he actually said, hey, we'll take care of you if anything pops up, right?
He said, I'll talk to your PO, so you're fine.
Okay. And he also kind of warned you that you didn't want to get somebody upset about the way you were answering these questions and have somebody feel some kind of way about you. Do you recall him saying that to you?
He may have said something to that extent. I'm not sure though. This is the first conversation or the second you asked me
The
about?
second, right at the top of the conversation.
I can't really recall every word. I know they were a little agitated. I was a little agitated. It was a lot going on, so maybe.
It's possible that conversation.
It's possible.
Did you understand any of his statements while you're talking to him to mean that the police wanted you to give answers, and if you didn't give answers, that they could mess with your parole or your tether status?
Also speculation,
It goes to his state of mind.
but he doesn't know what will happen.
It's about what he believes might happen, and we didn't have to what he said.
Speculation is referring as far as what they actually asked.
Was it your understanding that if you didn't give certain answers, that the police might impact your parole, your tether status? Was that a concern of yours?
I mean, it was already affecting my tether, so I wasn't really, you know what I mean, concerned about how he placed his questions upon me, no. So, I mean, more of the concern was my being picked up by the police. Police contact is a violation of parole within itself, so I was violated for the police contact irregardless to whatever he was saying. You get what I mean? So, no, I don't believe it impacted anything at all, actually.
But your parole wasn't actually revoked because they took you to the station and interviewed you, right?
No.
Now we talked a little bit about this a few minutes ago. Mr. Butts was juggling a few different women during the time you knew him.
Yes.
And it was hard to keep up with all his baby mamas
I mean, yeah, it wasn't my job, so yeah.
and what he said were his baby mamas.
Right.
Did you get the impression from Mr. Butts that he didn't want these women to know about each other?
Of course.
And a woman named Tasha was one of Mr. Butts' ladies,
Yes.
and that was one of his baby mamas.
Yes. To my belief, yes.
So there was some discussion about a phone call between you and Mr. Butts while he was at the jail about his phone, right?
Yes.
And after that phone conversation, Tasha actually came into the shop to get some work done on the car,
Yes, she came to get a oil change in a headlight.
and that's when you went and kind of looked for the phone.
Yes.
Now, you didn't really want Tasha to know that you were looking for the phone, right?
Of course not.
And the reason for that was,
She's gonna wonder why I'm looking for a phone.
and was it your impression that Mr. Butts was afraid it would reveal that he was talking to other women?
Of course.
And so you're trying to help him keep
course.
peace?
Of course.
And I think the testimony was on the 9th, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there was an issue during the day, Mr. Butts had his escalator there, is that correct?
Yes.
And he had run out of gas,
Yes.
and he had to get gas, is that correct?
That's correct.
And some way you pushed him to the, or helped push the escalator to a gas pump.
Yes.
Do you recall leaving with him that night and going and getting gas together?
For his truck, or what we saying? Or for like a gas can? What do you?
Well, either one. Did you all leave the shop, and perhaps you in your vehicle and he in his vehicle and end up at a gas station
No.
on the night?
No.
You don't have any recollection of that?
I don't remember that. No.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Can you redirect? Okay. Mr. Wright, you are done testifying.
Thank
you. Okay. As we discussed.
Oh shit! I didn't know. I didn't know I wasn't on the stage, but I was just typing anyway. But anywho, I just pulled that down because we're gonna move on. We're gonna just keep it rolling, keep it rolling, keep it rolling. One thing I want to point out, okay, is I have been getting screenshots, right, of the different people as they on stand, and trying to get their names and what they brought to the table on the stand. By the time that this trial, because yesterday the judge did determine that this is going to go forward to the actual criminal trial. Okay, so we will be, I'll assure you guys that we're gonna be locked in and ready for the trial when it starts. Okay, just a side note in a announcement is that we're going to absolutely be starting the full trial, the first full trial that we're going to watch from gavel to verdict. Shout out Court TV for that. But the full trial that I've been preparing for, deep diving into, doing the research, getting everything lined up, is Jamaria Sessions. Okay, that trial starts in Florida on February 3rd. Now that's the trial that I was actually gearing up for. I kind of stumbled on this one. Okay, so the Jamaria Sessions trial starts February 3rd down in Florida. That one I'm gonna have to wake up early in the morning. I'm gonna be here we're gonna be in that one. Okay, and then whenever this trial officially starts, we'll be on that one. Okay, let me go ahead and pull up. And I should have it ready to go. Give me 1 second. But I was saying all that to say this. We will have a face and a name and what they said for all the baby mamas, everybody who didn't testify during this hearing. We're going to have all that lined up. We're going to have a family tree of who all stayed in the house, from Annette to her 3 daughters. I don't know if she have any sons, but I know she have 3 daughters. Kenyatta, which is the oldest daughter and the biological mother of Ziyah. Then we have Shannon and Marquita. They the twin sisters. Shannon is the mom of his 5 children, the auntie, right? So we're going to have all that stuff ready to go. And we're going to have breakout sessions, where we discuss the cases and all that stuff and have all the visuals and all that stuff, right? We getting into the mix. We getting into the thick of it, y'all. We getting into the thick of it. So let me pull this up. Pause. Okay. So what's going to happen now is I'm about to switch over, put back on the screen. This is the detective from yesterday, the lead detective, homicide, missing persons division. This is the lead detective. Okay. We did see some of her testimony yesterday. This is a second day that she came back on the stand. I have it fast forwarded. It should be where she's going to start getting into these text messages and the internet searches and all that good stuff. Okay, so I think it's going to be very important. And we right, I wasn't even planning on covering this hearing, But hey, we here. And we are invested. So here goes the detective, the lead detective. Okay. And I did fast forward this and the audio sounds kind of crazy, but let's see. And of course, let me put up my fair use
The
real quick.
registration date for the 231 number is March 4th, 2023.
Okay, and that's as it relates to Ziyah Harris getting that number.
Yes.
So they're about to get into these text messages, okay?
Now, I want to just backtrack a little bit before getting back to the messages. You had stated yesterday that when
Thank
you searched Mr. Buck's home, you had found some guns.
Yes.
Did you, in any other searches, did you find any other kind of weapons?
Yes.
And what were the, first, where were they found and what were they?
When we had searched Nev, there was a firearm inside the vehicle, the same vehicle that had Mr. Buck's phone. That firearm was later determined to be registered to Tashiana. When we searched Mr. Buck's car, there were several like kitchen knives in there throughout the car, various sizes. There was the weapons that were inside his home. And I believe that was as far as any weapons. There might have been some other type of blunt instrument or something, but nothing significant that I documented.
Okay. And Mr. Butt's vehicle that Escalade was processed.
Yeah.
And those items were sent to the lab.
Yes.
And it's along with Miss Latricia Johnson's Nissan.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk in your training and experience, having been with police for 24 years. Have you seen types of wounds made through clothing?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you saw the black hoodie that was recovered had some holes in the head, in the hood area.
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with what, like either some sort of like sharp object or a gun or something of the sort? Are you familiar with what that would look like through clothing?
And yeah, at this point, I'm going to object. I think the answer would call for her to speculate on what caused these wounds.
I'm not asking her to say what caused the
I'm sorry,
holes.
call the holes. My
In this
apologies.
specific
Yeah,
case, but in her
correct.
experience.
Yes.
Okay,
That's
you may be objecting after a few questions, but for this one, overruled.
Yeah. So throughout the hundreds of scenes that I've been to, various scenes, whether they may be fatal stabbing, maybe a blunt force trauma, I've responded and processed many gunshot scenes. When there's clothing where a weapon was used, you do see that type of tearing. It could be from a bullet hole. It could be from a knife. It could also be from a struggle or pulling.
Okay. And just to be clear, you don't know how those holes got in the hood of that black hoodie.
Correct.
Okay. But those holes could be, in your experience, consistent with things that you have observed in your training and experience as it relates to struggles, stabs, bullets, things of that sort.
Correct.
Okay. Now, on Mr. Buck's phone, after that January 9th text to Ziyah saying, okay, was there any other texts to Ziyah's number after that date?
From Mr. Buck's phone?
Yes.
No.
Okay. There was no attempts to reach Ziyah's number on Mr. Buck's phone?
There was no contact between Mr. Buck's phone and the text now number after that.
Okay. And in your role in this case, did you go through Ziyah's kind of social media records and things like that?
Yes,
Okay. And since January 9th, 2024, have you been able to find anything as it relates, anything from Ziyah Harris on social media?
no.
Now, we got to hear some of these text messages in the interview, but going through them, that's what we're going to start now. Let's start with 15. Starting with people's exhibit 15. These are the messages from 313-379-5882. Do you have a copy with you?
I don't have a copy of that number.
Can you read the messages that were sent from that number to Jarvis Butt's number, or I guess the messages that were captured within People's Exhibit 15? So, including the dates and approximate times.
So the first message is September 24th, 2022 at 22:15 hours UTC. She sends, "Bald head Janiyah, come here."
And that's to a number that's not Mr. Butts.
Correct.
Okay.
Then the next message is on September 27th, 2022. All of these dates are from 2022. So September 27th at 1:37 a.m. UTC, it is sent to Mr. Butt's phone. "We fitnessing, happy birthday." Immediately after that, at the 17-second mark, again to Mr. Butt's phone, it says, "Come on." On that date, September 27th at 1:52 a.m., another message is sent to Butt's phone asking, "You okay?" September 27, 2022, 1:54 a.m., she sent a message, "Where are we doing it at your choice?" Immediately following that text, a message is received to Ziyah, to this text now number, from Mr. Butt's phone that says, "You tell me." 9:27, 1:55 a.m. A message is replied to Jarvis, says, "Basement." 1:56 a.m. A message is sent to Ziyah from Mr. Butt's phone that says, "You sure?" At 1:56 a.m., a message is sent to Ziyah, from Ziyah to Mr. Butt, saying, "or job." At 1:57 a.m., a message is sent to Ziyah from Mr. Butt's phone, saying, "Can you suck my dick, please?" The message immediately following that, from Mr. Butt's phone to Ziyah, "And make sure you erase the messages." Still September 27th, 1:59 UTC, a message is sent to Mr. Butt that says, "Okay, that is what I planned to do." Another message is immediately following that at 2:01 to Mr. Butt. "You turn me on just looking at you," and then there's a bunch of letters, which possibly is maybe an image that was sent that doesn't capture on the messages. 2:02 a.m., Ziyah sends another message to Jarvis, "What time to be in the basement?" 2:03 a.m., he replies and sends her a message that says, go change your clothes and take your panties off. Ziyah replies to Mr. Butts and says the letter K. At 2:10 a.m., so 7 minutes later, a message is sent from Ziyah to Jarvis's phone. I hear you. What you looking at? Jarvis replies back immediately to her saying the letter U. At 2:13 a.m. UTC, still on September 27th, Ziyah sends Jarvis a message that says, I know, I'm finna sleep good. There's another message directly after that that has a bunch of symbols, so I'm not sure if it was one of those little emojis. 2:14 a.m., she sends to him, what about you? The next message she sends to him immediately after, sometimes I be wanting to live with you. 2:16 a.m., she sends to him, you know what I mean. 2:18 a.m., she sends, what time I'm ready. 2:23 a.m., she sends to Mr. Butts' phone number, we not doing it or what? 2:23 a.m., Ziyah sends to Mr. Butts, I really want you. This is still on the same day, September 27th, 2022. This is now 2:23 a.m. UTC time. Mr. Butts replies to Ziyah, yes. 2:24 a.m. Ziyah sends, pull your car down the street and come back. I'll be waiting. 2:25 a.m. Jarvis's phone replies back to her, come ride with me and Nye, N-I-Y. 2:25 a.m. she replies, did they say I can come? At 2:30 UTC, she sends him a message that says, I'm sorry, but love you. 2:30 UTC, he immediately replies back, come on. 2:31, Ziyah replies, I can't, I'm going to get in trouble. The next message is at 2:35. She sends, when you come back, drop Nye off, pull your car down the street, and I'll come in the base. I'll be waiting. Then immediately after that, she sends, basement, please. Jarvis replies, okay. At 2:40, Jarvis replies, you in the basement yet? Immediately after that, Ziyah replies back, yeah. Now we are the next day being, it's now September 28th, 2:28 a.m. UTC. She sends Jarvis a message that says, are we doing it tonight? I'm ready, fresh out the shower. The next message is a reply from him to her. Well, this is September 30th now at 1:25 a.m. UTC. He replies, yo. September 30th, 2:59, she replies, you coming over? She then sends another message directly after that, don't have school. At 3:07, a reply is received to Ziyah from Jarvis saying, yep. She then replies, K, we'll be waiting. At 3:17 a.m., he sends another message, or I'm sorry, she sends a message to Jarvis that says, text me when you get here at 3:21 a.m. This is still September 30th date. Jarvis replies and sends a message to her saying outside. Now we have skipped to September 30th, but it is now on here at 23:13 hours UTC. She sends a message to Jarvis saying, "Hey boo, you coming over?" The next message is now October 1st, 2022, 1:51 UTC. She sends a message to Jarvis asking, "You coming?"
And are there any other messages to Jarvis after that? Mr. Butt's phone.
No.
Okay. And now, do those indicate whether or not they were deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And how many of those were deleted? Or how many of them were not deleted? That's a better question.
Looks like all of them were deleted except for the one where she was, very beginning, she had actually texted somebody else, which I believe might have been Shannon's phone at the time, saying, "Baldhead Janiyah, come here." But all the messages between the 8719, which is Jarvis's number, are marked on here as deleted except, let's see. On September 30th, the "Hey boo, you coming over?" And the "you coming" text, those ones were not deleted and still show up.
Okay, so those last two.
Yes.
Now, going through people's exhibit 16 messages, as it relates to the 231-743-3137. Oh, I'm sorry, before that, without telling us Ziyah's actual birthday, in September 24th, 2022, what age had Ziyah just turned?
In 22,
Yes.
she would have just turned 12.
Now, do you have a set of these the messages from the 231 number?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to go through those. And there are sections that are highlighted, and I want to follow along. What is the first message that is sent?
It is sent on March 4th, 2023 at 23:35 UTC. It's sent to Jarvis's 8719 number, and it says, "It's me, Ziyah."
Okay. And just for clarification purposes, all the messages within this exhibit are sent to Jarvis's 8719 number.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to jump to March 16th of 2023. There's a highlighted message there. Can you read that one?
Yeah. So just before that, the UTC time on here, just so I'm not having the math throughout, from March 10th to November 3rd, it would be -4 hours. So any date that falls within those days would be -4. Any dates outside of those ranges would be -5 hours.
You said that's
But I'm
March-
gonna read it off of here with the time is stamped and date,
Okay, you said that's March 10th through November
3rd,
Okay, that's -4 UTC.
-4, yes.
Okay. So continue with that.
Yep, so March 16th, 2023 at 0006 hours, she receives a message from Jarvis that says, "Stop messing with people and just be mine."
And was that deleted?
No.
Now, moving on to May 3rd, 2023. there's a set of highlighted messages. Can you read those?
Yeah, so these messages are May 3rd, 2023, starting at 15:06. Jarvis sends a message that says, I'm coming to get you. Immediately after, Ziyah replies, what you mean? Jarvis then replies to her, you heard me. Immediately after that, Ziyah replies to Jarvis, you can't do that. Then sends another message immediately after, which is now still 15:07 hours, that says, I'm finna go to lunch, love you.
And were any of those messages deleted?
No.
Now moving to May 30th of 2023.
May 30th, 2023 at 13:01 hours, she sends a message to Jarvis that says, I miss you. At 13:02 hours, he replies back, the letters IMU, and then the number 2.
And were either of those deleted?
No.
And what about starting with May 31st of 2023?
May 31st, 2023, this is at 13:37 hours. He sends her a message that says, I can't stop thinking about you either. The next message then goes and starts is now June 5th, 2023 at 11:59 p.m. Well, 11:59 UTC. She sends a message to Jarvis. Hey, you may think I'm ignoring you, but I'm not. My phone broke. At 12 o'clock, another message is sent. So I will text you off this number. At 12:01, same date, she sends him a message. Are you mad at me? At 12:01, he replies back to her, yes. At 12:02, she replies back the letter Y. At 12:03, she sends, please don't be mad. At 12:04, she sends, can you tell me why you mad at me, yes or no? At 12:05, he replies to her saying, I haven't seen or talked to you.
Okay, now first, were any of those deleted?
No.
Okay, now I want to actually go to one that I did not highlight. 12:08 on June 5th, 12:08 and 28 UTC through June 5th, 12:08 and 49 UTC. Can you read those?
Those 3?
Yes.
Okay, so June 5th, 2023, 12:08, 28 seconds. He sends her a message with the letters WYA. At 12:08, 35 seconds, she replies, school. 12:08, 49, he sends her a message that says, I'm at your house.
And now, I want to go, actually, can you keep reading through June 5th at 12:09? Oh. $12:09 and 4 seconds.
So just one more message down?
Yeah, just keep reading it.
Okay. 12:08, June 5th, he had sent to her, I'm at your house. At 12:09 and 4 seconds, she says, damn, we was just. Then immediately after that is another text that says, there. Then at 12:11, she sends him, you bet not be in my room. At 12:12, she sends, I need another phone. At 12:13, she sends, I miss you. At 12:14, he sends her a message that says, I stole your panties.
And now were any of those messages deleted?
No.
Now I want to go to June 16th. There's some highlighted messages there.
June 16th, 2023 at 2:50 a.m. and 25 seconds, she sends to Jarvis, didn't I make you come faster than ever? On June 17th at 8:59 and 06 seconds, she sends to Jarvis, I'm sorry for making you mad, but do you ever think how I feel knowing that I can't have you to myself, but you have me to yourself, and no, I'm not seeing anybody else, I swear.
And were either of those deleted?
No.
Now I want you to go down on the page to June 23rd. And there's a set that are highlighted.
Yes. June 23rd, 2023 at 23:54 hours, she sends a message to Jarvis, the letter U, then you going to hit it from the back again with question marks. At the next day, which is now June 24th at 19:11 hours, he sends her a message that says, send me some pictures, please. At 19:20, she replies, don't you still got the other pics? At 19:47, he replies to that and says, no. At 20:19 hours, she sends to him, I will send some.
And now moving through to June 26th. There's a set highlighted there. Oh wait, sorry, first, those ones that you just read, were those deleted?
Yes.
Okay, now moving to June 26th.
June 26, 2023 at 16:31 hours, she sends a message to Jarvis that says, call me when you have time. At 16:33 hours, he replies back to her, I want some pussy. At 16:33 hours and 50 seconds, she replies back to him, you can have some. At 16:39 hours and 41 seconds, he replies to Ziyah, when? At 16:49 hours and 28 seconds, she sends to Jarvis, whenever you come get me. At 21:16 hours, she sends to Jarvis, call me, want to tell you something, SUM. At 21:24 hours, she sends a message to Jarvis that says, you can get some today. At 21:24 hours, she sends another message that says, you can get some pussy today.
And were any from that set deleted?
Yes, all of them.
All of them, okay. Now moving to June 27th. There's a set that's highlighted. Can you read those, please?
Yes. June 27th at 7:55 UTC. There is a incoming call to Ziyah from Jarvis that is listed as a missed call. And the name on here that she has this number saved is Bae for Life, BAE, the number 4, and then life. Then at 7:56, he sends her a text that says, are you naked yet? At 7:58, she replies to him and says, no, I don't want to get naked. At 7:59, she replies, are you mad that I didn't get naked? At 8:01 hours, he sends to her, I used to you telling me no. At 8:06, still on June 27th, he sends her a message that says, she sends him a message that says, come on, babe, I'm sorry, just not in the mood right now, I'm sorry.
Okay, and were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Okay, now, jumping to just a little later in the day, on June 27th, there's a set highlighted.
So on June 27th, now at 16:24 hours, he sends her a message that says, but I can't nut inside you, so it's different. At 16:25, she replies, why you can't? Didn't you do it before? At 16:25 and 40 seconds, he replies, but I had to buy a pill to do so. At 16:26, she replies to him, yeah, you right. At 16:26, 28 seconds, she sends, but what you doing, but it's abbreviated WYD. At 16:28 and 45 seconds, she sends to him, are you busy? With a question mark. And those were deleted.
Thank you. Now, jumping forward to June 28th.
On June 28th, so this next set in here, they're all sent from Ziyah to Jarvis.
Yes.
And they start at 17:10 on June 28th, 2023. And it starts off as, bae, I didn't go see nobody. I swear I came straight back. At 17:11, my friend lived right down the street. She didn't answer, so I came back and went to sleep. The next message, bae, please, I'm sorry. Immediately after that, she says, I didn't sneak out for nobody, I swear. 17:12, 58 seconds, she says, I know you having a rough day, but I swear I'm not lying. At 17:14, she sends, babe, please, I swear I didn't go see no niggas. 17:14, she sends, I don't talk to nobody but you. 17:15, she sends, I was only out for 5 or 10 minutes, I came straight back. 17:15 and 56 seconds, you didn't respond to none of my messages, so I thought you were asleep, so I went to sleep. 17:17, why won't you believe anything I tell you? I'm not like other girls. There is no need for me to lie to you. 17:18, you said I'm all yours, but you acting like it, you are overthinking it. I just want to be yours. 17:19, please stop ignoring my calls. You don't want me to see nobody and I'm not. 17:20, babe, I'm sorry I didn't tell you. 17:21, I promise you there is no one else. 17:24, if you don't believe me, I will send you my Instagram password.
Now, these next messages, from 17:24 to 17:25, don't read what the username and passwords are, just that they were sent.
So the next message is she's sending her Instagram username and a password along with her Gmail email and giving the password to that as well.
Okay, and now starting again with 17:26.
So on June 28th, still 17:26, the next message is still all being sent to Jarvis from Ziyah are, I hope you believe me now. You really don't want to believe me, but I will tell you the truth every time. Immediately after that, I just want to make your day better, babe. I'm sorry. Feel free to log in at any time or go through my messages. Now at 17:42, she says, I only want to be with you. At 18:09, Bae, I'm sorry for not telling. I swear I will next time, please. Still 1809. Bae, I love you. Please call me back. Now at 1818. Come on, babe, please. At 1819. So what if I will be able to get out tonight and I'm calling you and texting you? Are you still going to ignore me? At 1821, she says, you are so busy. I feel like you don't want me. This is why I don't open up to you. Because if I do, you get mad and don't want to talk. So how am I going to trust you? I do, but you don't trust me. It's up to if you want to be with me or not. At 1845, she says, I didn't do anything wrong. I don't get why you so upset. At 1846, all I tried to do is make you happy, but clearly I'm not enough for you. Cut me off. I don't anymore. You FRL, for real. Never even fucked with me. All I want is you to love me. At 1847, I tried so hard, but you don't understand that. I'm sorry if you feel like I'm cheating, but I'm not. I gave passwords and all that and all. What more do I have to prove I'm not cheating? Now this message is when Jarvis actually finally replies, which is at 1855. He sends to her, I'm working, love.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Now, moving on to June 29th.
June 29th, 2023 at 21:44 hours. She sends to Jarvis, when you off work. At 21:49, she sends, pick me up before you pick up Janiyah. At 22:02, she sends, hope to see you soon. At 22:47, she sends, I'm never getting out of this hellhole. At 22:48, he replies with the letter Y. 22:48, she sends, she will never let me out. It's so boring over here. 22:50, she sends, well, I will, she has the word she on here, UTM. And then the very next text after that, it says, I will see you tomorrow. Then at 22:50, he replies to her, or tonight.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Now, continuing on June 29th.
June 29th, 22:52 hours. Ziyah sends, are you still picking up Janiyah? 22:53, he replies, when? 22:53, she sends to him, today. At 22:53, he replies back, no. 22:53, 18 seconds, she sends the letter Y. 22:53, he sends back to her, it's just me and you. At 22:53, he sends another message that says, because I was never picking her up. At 22:53, she replies, okay, I really like that it's only me and you. 22:54, he sends back, you really didn't want her there, no way. At 22:54, she replies, I know I didn't want her there. 22:55, he replies to her with the letter Y. 22:55, she sends back, because she do too much and you mine. 22:57, Jarvis replies to Ziyah saying, meaning. 2258, he then sends, and Shan said that she said no. Then the next message from him is for today. At 2306, Ziyah sends Jarvis, I know she said no for today. And then at 2307, Ziyah sends, the meaning is you're mine and mine only, the dick, and all you're mine and will stay mine. At 2314, she sends, I want to know the meaning when you say I'm yours. The date on here is now June 30th at 0016 hours. Jarvis replies to her and says, all of you. Immediately after that, your mind, body, and soul. At 0017 hours, he sends to Ziyah, the pussy, ass, mouth, legs, arms, face, and then he has the word everything in all caps. At 0119 hours, she replies, oh, really? And then there's some type of emoji. Immediately after that, she says, want to see that tomorrow? And it's the same little symbols on there. At 0247 hours, he sends back to her, meaning. It's now 0603 hours. She sends to him, when we fuck. Then at 6:06:24 hours, he sends a message to her, what you doing, but it's just the letters WYD.
And were those messages all deleted?
Yes.
Okay. Now moving later in the day to June 30th.
June 30th at 22:18 hours, Jarvis sends to Ziyah, I'm outside. Then the next message is at 23:36 hours, he sends to Ziyah, go take them panties off. At 23:37 hours, Ziyah sends, are we going to the room? 23:37, Jarvis replies, IDK, meaning I don't know. 23:38, she sends to him the letters PLS, for please. 23:38, he replies to her the letter Y. 23:39, she replies back and says, because we got more space. 23:39, he then sends a message to her that says, to do. She then immediately replies to fuck, WYM, or what you need. Then immediately after that, she sends to him, we going or what?
And moving forward to July 1st. Oh, wait, first of all, were any of those messages just read deleted?
All of these were deleted.
Okay. Now to July 1st.
July 1st, 2023 at 14:31, she sends a message to Jarvis that says GM for good morning. At 15:22, he replies, GM quitting. At 15:24, she sends back, whatever, I was tired. And at 15:28, she sends, still my dick though. At 15:28, he sends to her, there's 3 letter B's, so it's BBB.BE, and then a space N, and then the uppercase Q and the lowercase q, as we know. He then sends another message at 15:28 with the words no. At 15:29, she sends, okay, fine. yo pussy my dick. He then replies to her at 15:38, who said? She sends back to him, me, it's your pussy.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And I want to stay on that same page for a second. Sorry. The messages on July 1st, starting from 1907 to 2135.
July 1st, 1907, he sends a message to her that says, I'm trying to fuck. At 1952, she replies back, okay. At 1952, she sends a message that says WSP, meaning what's up. Then at 21:34, she sends, you still coming or you was playing about trying to fuck? At 21:35, he replies back to Ziyah, I'm serious.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And now moving on to July 2nd.
July 2nd, 2023 at 15:46 hours, Jarvis sends a message to Ziyah that says, can I get my dick sucked today? At 15:47, she replies, sure, no problem. At 15:50, Jarvis replies, yeah, okay. At 15:53, Ziyah replies, I'm serious, you can. At 16:33, Ziyah sends, there's going to be some type of photo that would have been sent at this time. At 17:08, there's a reply from Jarvis where it says, liked an image. Then at 17:08, Jarvis says, I'm going to sneak in, okay? At 17:08, Ziyah replies back, why? 17:08, he says, who is up? At 17:09, she replies, everybody. At 17:09, Jarvis sends some type of photo to Ziyah. Immediately after that, she replies, well, damn, I want to lay with you. Then at 17:10, from Ziyah, are you here already? At 17:12, Shan told the kids that you said you was on your way, so they know you coming. At 17:13, Ziyah sends, I want to see you. 17:21, Ziyah sends, so am I just giving you head or we fucking too? Because looking at that picture made me horny. At 17:22, Jarvis replies to her, you tell me. 17:22 and 29 seconds, she says, I want to fuck too. Immediately after that, she says, so can we? And then at 17:22, 49 seconds, Jarvis replies back to her, yep.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And now, later in the day, on June 2nd, or I'm sorry, July 2nd, there's a set of messages there.
Yes. July 2nd, 2023, starting at 18:41 hours, she sends to Jarvis, I want to fuck. At 18:41, do you? 19:04, are you busy, yes or no? 20:06, she sends, text me when you not on BS about fucking, cause you playing. At 2015, she sends, all I'm trying to say, I just want your body on mine. At 2044, she says, babe, where you at? 2152, she says, I'm trying to fuck. 2358, she sends, she fitting to walk to the store. So now the date's changed to July 3rd and the hours are 0042. She sends, before we go. At 0042, 31 seconds, she sends, go upstairs in the bathroom. At 0042, 48 seconds, Jarvis replies to her, why? At 0042, 54 seconds, Ziyah replies back, just go. At 0111 hours, Ziyah sends, we doing something or what? At 0112, he replies to her, yep. At 0123, she replies, I want to lay with you. At 0130, he replies, I'm going upstairs. At 0131, she sends, okay, Shan going up there too. At 0131, she says, I just want to chill with you. At 0132, he sends back to her, is she? 0132, and Ziyah replies, yes, you know she wants some dick. So she going to follow you upstairs. Then at 0143 hours, she sends him another picture. 0143, he replies, not getting any. And then immediately after that, the message says from him to her, this is your dick. At 0144, Ziyah sends, I know it's mine. Give her some dick, so ask and shut up. At 0144, give her some so she can shut up and leave you alone. She only acting like that because she's horny. At 0148, Jarvis replies, I want to see you. Immediately after that, his next message is, while you in the shower. Then at 0155, she sends him a photo. It is now 0204 hours. He sends her a message that says, I don't want to give her no dick. At 0210 hours, these next set of messages are all from Ziyah. It says, come back downstairs. Damn, you scared. At 0244 hours, she says, hurry up. I want you back. At 0250 hours, she says, come downstairs so I can sit on it real quick. At 0252 hours, she says, I promise it's not going to be long, just a few, but it's FRW, up and downs, please. Then immediately, right after that is 0253, she sends the same message, but it's spelled correctly. It says, I promise it's not going to be long, just a few up and downs.
And were all of those messages deleted?
Yes.
Now moving to July 4th.
July 4th, 2023 at 15:43 hours, Ziyah sends Jarvis a message that says, in the shower right now, I'll text you when I get out. Jarvis then replies, hope you know that we fucking today. At 15:43 hours, she replies back, okay, fine with me. I was waiting yesterday. At 16:20, she sends him a picture. At 16:20, she sends, I'm out. At 16:56, a message is received to her. It's loved in image. 16:56, she sends a message, are you busy? It is now July 5th. 0501 hours, she sends him a message that says, "You was right, it hit different outside."
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
And moving to July 6th.
July 6, 2023 at 0305 hours, Ziyah sends to Jarvis, "Yes, I can tell when you come." 0305 hours, why? Now at 0320 hours, she sends him a message that says, "So doesn't that mean I'm pregnant?" At 0321 hours, she sends him a message, "I don't know, so I'm asking you." At 0333, Jarvis replies to Ziyah, "No." 0339, she replies back, "K." It now jumps to 1310 hours. It's still on July 6th. She sends the letters GM. Then at 1400 hours, she sends, "I want to fuck." At 1425, he replies, "How?" At 1426, she says, "I don't know, you got work and I'm just horny." At 1427, he replies and sends her a message that says, "Where is your Nana?" At 1445, she sends, "Upstairs getting ready." At 1454, Jarvis sends to her, "She fitting to go?" Then at 1457, he sends the message, "Hello." At 1503, Ziyah replies, "I don't know." The next message is, "Are you at work?" And at 1507, Ziyah sends, "I will let you know." At 1508, she sends, "You might can slide if you not so busy at work." At 1508, Jarvis replies back to Ziyah, "Yeah." At 1508, he then sends, "I'm trying to slide." At 1513, Ziyah sends to Jarvis the word question. Then at 1513, he replies back, "Yes." At 1514, she sends, "Do you like your girls skinny?" At 1514, he replies, "Why you ask that?" At 1514, she replies, "Just asking," and then there's some type of emojis that must have been sent.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Okay, and moving just a little later in the minutes on July 6th.
Yeah, July 6, 1535, Ziyah sends, "I don't think she's going anywhere." At 1537, Jarvis sends to Ziyah, "That's messed up because I was gonna fuck the shit out of you." At 1537, she sends, "I still want you to do it." At 1540, she says, sends a message that says, So am I going to see you today on your break?" At 1559, Jarvis replies, "How?" At 1601, Ziyah sends, "Don't you supposed to be bringing me the money anyway, so I will see you?" 1603, she says, "Unless you are going to go to the store and get me some pads and other personal things." 1603, there's some type of emojis that are sent. 1624, she sends, "I'm down to my last 3 pads. I would ask Nana, but I can't fit her big pads. I have a little pussy, they shit big." At 1741, she sends a bunch of question marks with the letters WYA. 1757, she sends, "What do I supposed to do? What do I supposed to use?" 1757, she sends another set of question marks. At 1808, Jarvis replies with the word, "huh." At 18:10, Ziyah says, I don't have any more pads. 18:10, I need to get some more and you playing. At 18:12, she sends, babe, please. And all of those messages were deleted.
Okay. And moving to July 7th.
July 7th, 2023 at 14:34 hours, and Ziyah sends a message that says, so what you on today? The next message at 14:35, she sends, you trying to fuck or what? At 14:37, Jarvis replies back, yes. 14:38, Ziyah sends, I'm sorry. 14:38 again, she sends, but I hope to see you today. At 14:39, she sends, I didn't know if you were up last night, so I stopped calling and texting. And those messages were deleted.
And now moving to July 10th.
July 10th, 2023 at 16:41 hours. Ziyah sends to Jarvis, you trying to get up in this today? At 16:45, he replies, all the time. At 18:54, she sends, you eat lunch yet? Then immediately after, she sends some question marks. Now at 19:54, Ziyah sends, yo job so empty. 19:55, she sends, I was just there. At 19:59, Jarvis replies the letters I and K, or I know. At 19:59, he sends, how you know. At 20:14, Jarvis sends, what's up? 20:39, Ziyah replies, I didn't want you to see me. 20:39 hours, so I left. At 20:40, Jarvis sends a message to Ziyah saying, who was with you? At 20:40, she replies, nobody. 20:40, again, 37 seconds, she says, you working late today? At 20:40 hours, 38 seconds, Jarvis sends to her, so how did you get to my job? At 20:40, 48 seconds, he then sends, no. 20:40 and 58 seconds, Ziyah replies, I walked up there. At 20:41, Jarvis replies back to her, so walk now. At 20:41, Ziyah replies, I can't, Nana's back. At 20:42, she sends, can you pull up today since you're not working late? 20:42, she sends a couple question marks. Then he replies at 20:42 and 29 seconds with the word yup. And those messages were deleted.
And moving on to July 11th.
July 11, 2023 at 18:43 hours, Ziyah sends to Jarvis, I want to fuck. At 1900 hours, he replies, when? At 2012 hours, she sends the three letters NVM, or never mind. At 2038, she sends, I took a shower. At 21:32, she sends, I be trying so hard not to think about you, but the dick too good not to think about you, and I miss you rubbing on my thigh. The date is now July 12th, and this is at 00:35 hours. She sends, we might go over sham crib. At 02:55 hours, she sends, I'm fitting to hop in the shower. Call as soon as you get done doing whatever. I want you to tell me how you going to give me my dick for my B-day. Tell me nice and slow and sexy so I can play NVM, you know.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And later on July 12th.
July 12th at 14:38 hours, Ziyah sends, good morning. Then at 16:47 hours, she sends, did I have panties on? At 16:47, Jarvis replies, no. At 16:50, Ziyah sends him some question marks. And then at 1700, she has a missed call from Jarvis's number. It says missed call. She still has him saved in here as Bay for life. At 19:18 hours, she sends, how did you know? At 23:09 hours, she sends, you busy? At 23:11 hours, there is an incoming missed call again from Jarvis's number, missed call from Bay for life. It's now July 13th, 01:44 hours. Ziyah has sent him a picture. Immediately after that, she sends a text that says shower pic, and then there's some emojis. At 01:49, she says, damn, no response. At 01:49, 21 seconds, she sends some type of emojis again, and all those messages were deleted.
And now moving to July 22nd.
Before we move on, Sergeant Jones, do you need a moment, a break? Are you okay?
I gotta go a little bit longer.
Okay, carry on.
Unless the court needs a break.
No,
Okay.
I'm making sure that she doesn't need a break.
July 22nd, 2023 at 14:56 hours, Ziyah sends, Bae, I wanna fuck. Then at 14:57, he replies, work. Immediately after that, he replies, I do too. 14:57, Ziyah replies, no, you don't.
Okay, so I kind of want to just pause right there. I thought they were going to take a break, but it don't sound like.
Making sure that she.
Okay. I want to continue it because I want to continue it simply because I want to hear what the messages was. We got to hear. They haven't even got to when she got pregnant, right? They haven't even got to the part where when she got pregnant. They're not even at 2024 yet. But they in 2023. I think they're in the summertime. So y'all, I know it's a lot. Make sure you take care of yourself. This is very triggering. It's very disturbing. Definitely take care of yourself. You know, period. And that goes for me as well. I'm going to continue it. And I just want to say there's one thing. This type of grooming that he's done with her and this training her up in this manner from very, very young and been in her life, and then the depth that it is, this is the type of situations when you see those young ladies that grow up under all of this, and she could, if he wouldn't have unalived her and all this type of stuff, this sick relationship could have went on for years and years and years, well into her young adulthood. Because she would have felt completely indoctrinated by this man. Okay, VA, they had actually stopped. Then I took a little pause, so we're going to start it back. Thank you, Lady Stone.
14:57, Jarvis replies, I do. Immediately after that, Jarvis sends WYA. Or where you at? 14:57, Ziyah sends, I'm at the crib. 14:57 hours and 57 seconds, Jarvis replies, come on. At 14:58, Ziyah replies, Shan and Nana went to Family Dollar. The next message says, I can't, I wish I could. At 14:58, Jarvis replies, how long are they gonna be? At 14:58, Ziyah sends to him, IDK, or I don't know. The next message is, I'm so horny. Then at 14:59, she sends, I want a hug from you. At 15:01, Jarvis sends her a message that says, I'm on my way, with the exclamation point. I just got off the phone with Shan. They are at the barber shop.
And were those messages
messages were deleted, yes.
And moving to July 24th.
July 24, 2023 at 03:24 hours, Ziyah sends Jarvis a message that says, don't park in front. Immediately, Jarvis replies, why? Then at 03:25, Jarvis sends, you act like you're gonna come outside. At 03:25, Ziyah sends, I can't, I have guests. 03:25, she sends, and people do watch and look at the house all night. At 03:26, she sends, just park down the street, please, thank you. 03:26 hours, Jarvis replies to her, who? Ziyah then replies back, people on the block. At 03:26, Jarvis replies, who is the guest? At 03:26, Ziyah says, my girlfriend, Vari girlfriend. 03:27, Ziyah sends, I took his bitch. And at 03:27, Jarvis replies to her, she is our bitch. At 03:27, Ziyah sends to Jarvis, she 14, about to be 15. At 03:28, she sends, are you close? At 03:28, Jarvis replies, is she our bitch or no? Zero 03:28, Ziyah replies, yes. Jarvis then replies to her and says, you fake. 03:28, Ziyah says, how? She is our bitch. At 03:29, she sends, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you mad. 03:30, Jarvis replies to her, she don't know about us, right? 03:31, Jarvis then says, and is she trustworthy? At 03:31, Ziyah replies, yes, she don't know about us. At 03:56, she sends, it's off. 03:57, Jarvis replies, wrong light. And at 03:57, she says, the letter K.
Were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And later in the day on July 24th.
July 24th at 12:22, Ziyah sends to Jarvis, fuck me then. At 12:22, he replies, huh? And at 12:23, he replies, I'm trying to. At 12:23, Ziyah sends to him, you said fuck me. At 12:23, she sends, so do so. 12:23, Jarvis replies, when? 12:23, Ziyah replies, trying to make time, going through my schedule, RN, for right now. 12:24, Ziyah sends, what time are you going to work? At 12:40, Jarvis replies, now. It now jumps to 21 hours, and Ziyah sends WYD for what you're doing. Then at 21:23, she sends you free with some question marks. We now jump to July 25th. At 17:33 hours, Ziyah sends, I want to fuck today. At 17:33 hours, Jarvis replies back, come on. And then immediately after, he replies, I'm by myself. At 17:33, she sends back to him, I can't RN for right now. At 17:34, Ziyah sends, after work, can you call for me, please? And those messages were all deleted as well.
And now jumping to August 4th.
August 4th, 2023, at 22:07 hours, Ziyah sends to Jarvis, Chan and Nana left. DON, and then there's some type of emoji. Know what time they coming back. At 22:08, Jarvis replies, okay, what you saying? Ziyah then replies back, what you think I'm trying to say? But there's some emojis in there again. At 22:09, Jarvis replies back with some type of emoji. Ziyah then replies back, IDK, is it? I don't know, is it? At 22:09, Ziyah sends, what you thinking? At 22:10, Jarvis replies to Ziyah, are we fucking? At 22:10, Ziyah sends, shit, are we? SHI. At 22:12, Ziyah sends a bunch of question marks. Now it's August 5th. Ziyah sends, wow, you stood me up. August 5th at 00:47, she sends, I was waiting. And then at 00:47, she sends, I a bum. And the next message after that is a correction that says, you a bum.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And now jumping to August 26th.
Okay, I need a break.
Okay. It'll be a good time for a 15-minute break. You come back. 12:10.
Oh, I don't get them. I don't do this. I don't do this.
He is the textbook example of a super predator. Okay. He is a super predator. You know, he's prolific in what he does. He's very systematic in what he does. He's a serial offender. He is the prototype, right? And like we was talking about yesterday, you know, and I don't know everything, but I know I watch a lot of documentaries and true crime and stuff. And quite honestly, in cases with these pedophiles, they have actually done like different scientific studies and stuff like that, where they try to, like, even as punishment, they'll give them, like, they'll even castrate them, right? Some of these pedophiles, right? They'll castrate them. And it's such a sickness that the castration does not stop these guys from abusing. They simply go about it in a different manner. Look at them.
Okay, we are back on the record. This is case 2459617, the people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. All parties are present. We took a
Exactly. It starts in the brain.
And Ms. Ripley, you can continue with your questioning.
Thank you. Sergeant Jones, I believe we were leaving off at August 26th.
Yeah. So text messages from August 26, 2023, starting at 0909 hours. Ziyah sends to Jarvis, I'm in so much pain right now. At 0909, 40 seconds, she says, my stomach hurts really bad. At 0937 hours, Jarvis attempts to call Ziyah. It shows here missed call from Bay for Life. At 1426 hours, Ziyah texts Jarvis and says, I did have my period. It came when I was in the hospital. At 1420 hours, this is now jumped to August 27th. 1420 hours, Ziyah sends GM for good morning. August 28th at 0006 hours, Ziyah sends to Jarvis, my stomach hurt real bad. 0055 hours, she sends, why you can't answer. 0056 hours, she sends, never mind this, you anyway. At 0131 hours, Jarvis replies to her, yes, baby. At 0132, Ziyah replies, my stomach hurt really bad. At 0132 hours, Jarvis replies to her, I didn't nut inside of you. At 0133, Ziyah replies, I'm not even talking about that. I'm saying it hurts really bad. At 0134, she sends, are you busy? 0149, Ziyah sends, I want to talk to you about some, let me know when you are free. And these were all deleted.
Okay. And August 28th, later in the day.
August 28th at 1331 hours, Ziyah sends a message to Jarvis that says, I want to try something. At 1332, he replies back, what? Spelled W-A-T. At 1332 hours, she says, a threesome. At 1344 hours, Ziyah sends, you down for it? Then she sends a question mark. At 1344, Jarvis replies back, with who? 1344, she replies, IDK, or I don't know yet, you got someone. At 1345, she sends, I'm still looking.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And just a couple hours later on August 28th.
August 28th at 1858 hours, Ziyah sends, I feel you don't want to be bothered with me. 2200 hours, she sends, WYD for what you're doing. 2200 hours, she replies back, thinking about you. 2201, she sends, oh, so are you down with the threesome? 2221, he replies, yes, with who though? 2246, she sends, IK, still looking. Then immediately after that, she replies, IDK for I don't know. It is now August 29th at 0347. She sends, Bet, that's what's up. He replies, huh? Ziyah then replies, none, you'll figure it out. At 0349 hours, he sends what? She then replies back to him, never mind, NBM, are you busy? She then replies at 0350, again, exactly, so I'll take that as a yes.
And were those deleted?
Yeah.
And now we're moving forward to, oh, sorry.
That's okay, go ahead.
We're moving forward to September 26th.
September 26th, starting at 14:31 hours, Ziyah sends, "Bae, you up?" Some question marks. Then she sends another set of question marks. 14:32, he replies, "Yeah." 14:33, Ziyah sends, "My period haven't came at all." 14:36, she sends, "Hello, you there?" with some question marks. 14:37, Jarvis replies to Ziyah, "What you mean?" At 14:38, Ziyah says, "It have not came." 14:38, Jarvis replies to her, "Since when?" Ziyah then sends at 14:38, 42 seconds, "Since I was in the hospital." The next message is, "That was last month. I'm scared. I don't know, IDK, what to do. I have to go to the doctor's TM for tomorrow." At 14:41, Jarvis replies to Ziyah and says, "You said that you took a pregnancy test and it was negative." 14:41, she replies, "It did." At 14:41, Jarvis then replies, "So go get another one." At 14:42, Ziyah tells him on a text, "I can't, I have no money." After that, she says, "You go get one." 14:43, she says, "You ain't scared to get a plan B, get a pregnancy test and bring it later today. Just act like you have to use the bathroom." At 14:36, she says, "PLS for please." She then replies, "Will you do it?" with some question marks. At 14:51, she sends hello with a bunch of question marks. Then at 14:56, Jarvis replies to her with okay.
Okay, and now the messages from 9:26 at 14:31 and 41 seconds, all the way to 14:39 and 42 seconds, were those deleted?
Well, so they're deleted from the 14:31, 41 seconds, all the way down to 14:39 and 13 seconds. Those are not deleted.
Okay.
Then there's two that are deleted, which are the two messages that talked about, "I'm scared, I don't know what I have to do. I have to go to the doctor's tomorrow." And then the other one that she deleted was when it says, "You said that you took a pregnancy test and it was negative."
Okay.
There's one that she did not delete that was, "It did." Then the rest of them after that, where it talks about get another test, come upstairs and put it in the bathroom, those messages were deleted.
Okay. And moving to September 27th.
September 27th, starting at 21:26 hours, Ziyah sends, "But are we still on for Friday?" At 21:31, Jarvis replies, "What you mean?" 21:38, she says, "Are we still on for Friday?" At 21:49, Jarvis replies, "Yes." 21:49, Ziyah says, "The letter K." At 21:49, Jarvis then sends a text to her asking, "What we doing though?" At 21:49, she sends back, "Fucking." At 21:50, Jarvis replies, "Seriously?" 21:50, Ziyah replies, "Yeah, what else we gonna do?" 21:50, Jarvis replies back to her, "Where?" Ziyah then replies back immediately and says, "IDK, or I don't know, you pick somewhere." Then at 21:51, Jarvis sends to her, "I always do." 21:51, Ziyah sends, "I know." At 21:52, she says, I really just want to cuddle, but if you want to fuck, we can. 21:52, 20 seconds, she sends, so do you, with some question marks. 21:52 and 35 seconds, Jarvis sends to her, do I weigh? Then right after that is a word that was corrected, like what? So it should have said, do I what? Then Ziyah sends at 21:52, wanna fuck. At 21:53, she sends, I just wanna cuddle, but it ain't always what I wanna do. At 21:53, she says, so yes or no? At 21:54, Jarvis replies, only if you want to. 21:54, she says, okay, so we fucking then. 21:55, Jarvis replies, so stop talking about you want to cuddle then. 21:55, Ziyah replies, okay, damn, you don't have to be mean. At 21:55, Jarvis replies, and it shows that he laughed at her comment about you don't have to be mean.
Okay, and were all of those messages deleted?
No,
Okay. Where does it start that it was deleted?
they do not start getting deleted until the messages that Jarvis sends to her, only if you want to. So we fucking then, stop talking about you want to cuddle. Those are the messages that were deleted.
Okay. And now we are moving forward to October 19th.
October 19th, 2023 at 22:23 hours, Jarvis sends Ziyah a text that says, hey. She replies back, are you ignoring me? Jarvis then replies, no. It now jumps to October 21st at 19:05 hours, and Ziyah sends, hey babe, I need that plan B today. At 19:07 hours, Jarvis sends her the letter Y. The next message isn't sent until October 22nd at 04:33 hours when Ziyah replies back to him, WYMY, so for meaning what you mean, why.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And now jumping to November 27th.
Okay, so now we're getting into the -5 hours for the
Okay.
November 27th, 2023 at 21:06 hours, Ziyah sends, I just want to talk. I really don't want to lose you. At 21:09, she says, can we talk later, yes or no? At 22:28, she says, I don't want your problem, but I need you to bring me what I need tonight. It's hard doing all this gym shit with this baby. And if I don't do them, I'm going to get a F. 22:28, she says, if you keep ignoring me, you just gonna get no more pussy. 22:35, she says, answer the phone, you not doing nothing. 22:36, she sends PLSSSS for please.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And now I'm gonna jump ahead to January 9th of 2024.
January 9th, 2024 at 14:21, Ziyah sent to Jarvis, don't forget, be there before 3. I will let you know when I'm leaving the school. If you're not there, I will wait. Then at 14:22, she sends, send okay if you've seen the message so I can delete your number. Then at 14:23, Jarvis replies, okay, and those messages were deleted.
And there was no further communication between Ziyah's text number and Jarvis's number after January 9th, 2024, 1 year ago today.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Timeline for lunch break, do you want to do your cross before? Okay.
What type of cross, child? Let's get to. I'm about to wrap this up. I'm gonna wrap this up. What we're gonna do in the wrap up, you guys, because this was a lot. We're gonna have a weekend to chill, decompress. Let's look at the judge's decision or verdict, whether or not to take this to trial, and then we will have finalized the preliminary hearing phase of the state of Michigan versus what's his name? Jarvis Butts. Okay. Excuse me. Let me see. Hold on. I didn't got all thrown off. Hold on one moment.
Is the quote, in this case, there was no physical evidence such as bloodstains or the case regarding a trial. And the one thing I had highlighted in pink is the quote, in this case, there was no physical evidence such as bloodstains or a weapon leading defendant to Joyce's death. In this case, we don't have the same facts or circumstances. I do agree, this is a circumstantial case, and circumstantial evidence is sufficient for a bind over and even conviction. Today is January 9th, 2025, exactly 1 year, from the day Ziyah Harris disappeared. Before I get into the charges, and the main charge of premeditated first-degree murder, I have to speak on Ziyah Harris and the community who failed her. And I am only presented with certain evidence. I don't know the whole story. The attorneys know more than me, the family knows more than me. But from what I have heard over the last 4 days and 5 days total, is that several people failed her. I don't know where her mother is. I don't know anything other than that she was forced to live in a home where she was not protected or given the adequate attention and love. I don't know where her father is. I don't have any mention of him in her life, no presence. To Cordell, AKA King, and all the men who saw Jarvis Butts hanging out and always around these young girls, including Ziyah, and his 9-year-old daughter going up to the shop to clean up his shop. The school counselor who never showed up, or the person who was supposed to show up if that counselor was absent, after Ziyah was on the floor on the day she went missing, saying that she needed to speak to someone and speak to a counselor. There's no mention of CPS, but I wonder what their involvement was over the years, because this was not just a 1 year thing. There are text messages at least from 2022. To her adoptive grandmother, Annette Harris, whose testimony, in my opinion, was very questionable. I understand why the people put her on the stand to establish Ziyah's residence and the houses on Bedford and the regular routine, to establish also that Ziyah was not a runaway child, that she was not a bad kid. I do believe she adopted Ziyah. I do believe that she had 6 kids in the house. I believe that Ziyah had on a dark hoodie the day she went missing, and that she had on red and black Nikes that day. What is hard to believe is that the defendant never came into the house as she testified. And there was also a minor that testified that he did as well. Text messages that show between him and Ziyah that he did in the basement, saying he was going to the shower, stealing her panties. He was always lurking around that house and asking for Janiyah and Zaniyah, from what I know. I even thought about the breakfast routine and saying that all the kids like eating breakfast at school. Did they have a choice? I don't know. But to always send those girls up there to clean up the shop raises questions. And how were there two women in that house who have birthed children themselves who did not notice that Ziyah was pregnant, and I believe she was, and not having her period anymore? But then after hearing text messages today, begging Jarvis for pads as if she didn't have anyone else to give them for her. And what stood out the most was when Annette Harris stood on the stand, and she learned around 6 p.m. that Ziyah did not come home from school, and said she looked around for her and decided to wait until the next morning to call the police. Without a tear, without emotion, or any expression of being devastated. And to her Aunt Shannon, who also showed no emotion, expression of being devastated from Ziyah going missing. She stated that she had friends help look for Ziyah, but was directed to just wait until the morning to call the police. A grown woman who likely suspected something strange going on didn't feel the need to call the police either. They were both able to go to sleep at night without hearing from Ziyah or having any indication that she was coming home that night. And of course, the defendant, who I will get to in a minute. I don't know who else failed Ziyah, but the community did. As far as the people establishing probable cause, I will focus on count 1, as it's been stated that there is no contention with counts 2 and 3. In count 3, I will amend based off of the motion and the testimony I heard that Ziyah was 12 and not 13 at the time that Jarvis Butts had sexual intercourse with her. The prosecution is correct. You do not have to have a body to establish first-degree premeditated murder. It would have been a much shorter exam had her body been found, but this is where we are. In the last 365 days, no text messages. We all heard today and yesterday that she was very active and frequently texted. No social media for a year. We heard through testimony that she was also active on social media. No phone calls, which she was also able to do according to testimony. No physical sighting of her by anyone. She never came back to school. No one has seen her. Medical records dated from July 2014 to October 2023 indicated that she had no life-threatening medical issues that would lead to a natural cause of death. The black hoodie found in the area of Center Mountainburg with her DNA and blood on it. The holes in the hoodie consistent with some sort of struggle, violence, or weapon being used. And we know that there were no holes in that hoodie when she wore it to school. We saw a picture of her in a black hoodie on her last day that everyone saw her. I do believe her grandma testified truthfully about the sweatshirt that she had on and that was practically new. And the border agent who said that no evidence of animals would have destroyed the clothing or the shoes to possibly lead to animals tearing up that hoodie. The clear glasses found in the blue Nissan the day after she went missing. The behavior of the defendant when he snatched those glasses. They looked exactly like the glasses she had on in her last picture, according to the witness. The shoes that her brother described as the same shoes that were found also in the area of 7 Mountainburg near the hoodie. While this is still probable cause, the evidence all points to Jarvis Butts. His locations, him being seen with her last, the abortion searches, the abrupt silence between the two of them in text messages, and the constant lies he told throughout the entire investigation. And they were proven to be lies with text messages and other testimony. We may never know what happened, but from what I heard today and over the last 4 or 5 days, it appears he intended to perform what he thought was a do-it-yourself abortion on Ziyah and went south, and instead of seeking medical attention for her, he intentionally killed her and tried his best to cover it up. As much as I want her to be alive today, there is at least probable cause to show and believe that she's dead and she was murdered by Jarvis Butts. Mr. Butts, stand up. You've been sitting over there for 4 days with your head down, sitting between and behind your attorneys with your mask on and taking vigorous notes. I want you to pay attention and listen to everything I have to say. I have been trying to figure out for the last 5 days, you. At one point, I thought you were cognitively impaired in the beginning of this exam. And then maybe you had the brain of a 10-year-old, and that's why you were doing such things. But as I heard more and more testimony, you're just the true definition of a pedophile. Watching you laugh and brag about all the women you have with different women and the children and the girlfriends, and making babies to groom them and having them in your presence, cleaning up your shop, and the little girls around you, has landed you here today. You groomed Ziyah. You played mind games with her. We all heard that. You controlled her emotionally. She was exposed to so much at such a young age. The text messages between you two were disgusting to hear. And to think that she had you saved in her phone as bae for life. Ziyah deserved so much more. And while I mentioned other people that failed her, Jarvis Butts, you are the monster in this whole picture. She did deserve love from her parents and everyone who was in her life. She was ignored, she was neglected, and you took complete advantage of that. She wanted someone to love her, and she will never know what that feels like. Your children deserve more. As much as defense counsel has raised issues on count 1, all that has done is raise the question of fact for the trial fact, which means that this will be for a jury or a judge to hear in Third Circuit. I pray for the healing of all the victims and the young girls and possibly boys who have come into contact with you. As a community, we should look at this case as a prime example of how much work we have to do when it comes to protecting our children and especially our Black girls. I pray for closure and healing for all those who have been traumatized by you. And for you, Jarvis Butts, I wish you a speedy trial and that justice be delivered. Your bind over date is January 16th at 9:00 a.m.
Whew. I absolutely appreciate this judge. I absolutely appreciate that. You know, it's just like she like she say, okay, you got to go to the next judge in Third Circuit, but she pretty much just said, we know you're guilty. We know you guilty. You know you guilty. So I dropped the link in case, because we just sat here for some time today in the last few days, this whole week, taking all of this in. Okay. And it's a whole lot. So at this moment in time, I don't want to say the doors to the church is open, but the doors to the lit lane to come up here to the jury box is open. If you have any thoughts, if you got anything that you kind of want to share, any observation, okay, Living, this is the time. Okay. Oh, Tweety girl, I don't know if I can give you 30 minutes. Unless they get up here and get to talking, okay? You know, but it's a lot, you know, and quite honest, yeah, you tried it. But don't, you know, one thing about it is this is not the trial, okay? It is scheduled to go to trial. It's not scheduled, but it's going to trial now. So unless he pleads, let's go ahead and pleads, we're going to be here for the trial. I'm invested in this case. You guys are invested in this case. We will be here from gavel to verdict for the trial. Now you see why the judge was keeping her eyes trained on everyone that hit the stand. Baby, the judge, at some point in time doing them text messages, did y'all see that when the judge, she couldn't hardly barely take it. She put her head back and closed her eyes. Like, you know how you be like, Lord, help me. Lord, help me get through this. Oh, let me just, you know what I'm saying? Now, what we can do is I can come back, you know, over the weekend, not what the trial doing and everything, but I don't want to talk about this over the weekend. You know, we can come back and talk about it next week, you know. But I want y'all to get ready. I think what we're going to be doing, is it automatic that he get a plea deal? No, it doesn't have to be a plea deal. He can just plead guilty. He doesn't have to get any type of deal or offer. He can simply do the right thing for one time in his miserable life and simply choose not to cause the family, the community, the public any more grief and say, okay, I'm guilty. I'll just take whatever y'all give me. But a lot of times these narcissistic, sick people, they won't do that. Now, I told you guys, Lit Lane Jury Box, you know, our flagship members, jurors, and welcome to all the new jury members. I see y'all. Mahogany, Unbothered, Virginia Sagittarius, you know, Connie, you've been coming through. Namio, you know, that's some newer folks. Mahogany, Catherine Powell. We appreciate y'all coming. Hope to keep seeing y'all. Now, I know I told y'all in 2024, when we knew we was heading in this direction, right? We knew we was heading towards this content, right? This sector, this whatever we want to call it. And the justice tube, right? The law tube, whatever they call it. I said that I was going to make sure that I spread these cases apart with the children victims. And that is my intention. But with trials, unfortunately, the trial that we already been getting prepared for it coming up on February, that's with 9-year-old victim Jamaria Sessions. The good thing about that one, if it's anything, thank you, Catherine, if it's anything that can be good, that can be said about our upcoming big trial, it would be that it's not anything sexual. Hey, Step 219.
Hey, Demetra, boo.
I know you had a lot of mamas.
Oh, I'm over here. Oh my God. I am just so glad for this judge, as you said, because wow. I mean, this is a lot.
It was a lot. It was a lot. And did you see when I put the comment in? I said, you know how we watch sometimes those stories of like on software. Underbelly is the name, the most prominent one. When we see those young girls and they telling their story or some of their story about them being prostitutes and things like that and the runaways. And sometimes, remember back on Maury when they had them bad teenagers and stuff like that?
Yes.
A lot of the time, the reason for that behavior is because of stories like this, experiences like this.
Because it was like she had so much time to talk to this man.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you not noticing none of this? Nobody? Like, wow.
And you always get some type, not always, I shouldn't say you always, but just living real life, right? Mm-hmm. And if you're a grown adult woman, you know, you have a sense of when there's something funny going on with your man and somebody else. You got a sense of when you know, and maybe the excuse could be made that, well, they knew he had a lot of other women. Right. So maybe that's what it is. But you can't tell me that you in the same house with this weird shit going on.
Exactly.
You never caught them talking and whispering. You never saw. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's what I'm saying. All this, and he was in the basement. You don't hear nothing.
Yeah, so you got all these kids in the house, and some of them preteens and stuff, and nobody gets up to go check. You know, like, well, you know, y'all know my situation, right? And now, and y'all remember what happened. Now I know I got to get up in the night sometime and go check to make sure my teenage son is where he's supposed to be.
Exactly. But see, that's the thing. I don't think grandma was she was just getting that money. She really wasn't paying attention to them kids.
Now, you know what? I know this is kind of very salacious. Did you see when I wrote that comment? Because about, I wondered if he kind of knocked off the grandmother because, he was very clever in the way that the word of the day is triangulated, right? He triangulated that household, right? So
Yeah.
he had the auntie, and somehow, some way, he had to have been doing something extra or more to even have the grandmother allow him in and out like that, right?
Yeah.
Because he's not paying child support. He got all these kids. He's seen other women. So if you're the mama, what part or what was in it for you besides the money? What was in it for you where you allowed him so much access in that house?
Yeah, she had to get something out the
Is
deal
it because he fixing your car? Is it because he knocking you off here and there, or he didn't knock you off, and now you keeping secrets too?
Could be.
Because he holding something over your head?
Because you really weren't paying attention, and you was just purposely not seeing anything. And it was like, come on now. I don't care. Somebody should have known something was wrong. It's just crazy. And this little girl was talking like an adult.
Mm-hmm. He trained her that way.
I know, that's the sad part. I was just like, oh my God.
Yeah, after a while, listening to them text messages, it was so clear that he literally trained her in that manner. It's like the more and more you listen to it, the more and more you get the flow of how that was going. You can tell that, she absolutely, the only way to get his attention, the only way to see him was about the sex, nothing else. And she knew that. She never was texting saying, hey, you want to go to the movies? Can you take me to the movies? Never, not once did she say, hey, never, ever, ever. It was all sex, 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 sex.
Yeah, and he didn't want to cuddle.
Oh,
so
she knew that, right?
That's what I'm like.
You know that text message where she wrote and she said, you want to fuck, and then she say, but she said, but I really want to cuddle. But you know what I'm saying? So that's her way of saying, that's kind of like saying, please just tell me that you care about me enough that you just want to cuddle. But he didn't say that.
Right. And then when she was talking about her period and stuff, it's like, oh, he gonna ignore her because he knows she's pregnant. He want to ignore her. It's like, you dirty bastard.
But see, we all knew that was coming, right? I mean, period.
But I'm just saying, from listening to the text messages, the way he was doing, I was like, oh my God. That's why I said he don't need no trial. Just throw the damn book at him and tell where the body is.
I'm sorry, T Lounge. But you know what? We don't get to have a choice whether they have trials or not.
I know.
Don't that suck? I have a real problem with the Constitution with that. I don't feel like when you have a smoking gun or like DNA, I feel like they should do. I don't know.
I don't know either, girl. I'm just.
T Lounge, you on mute.
Hey, T Lounge.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was on mute.
Yes,
how you ladies doing? How's everybody in the chat?
Yo,
listen, let me tell you, I'm so thankful that judge said it like she meant it.
Yes.
The other thing that I found very I found curious, or however you would word it, with those text messages, right? You can tell that she was groomed when it came to the sexual component, right? And when it came to that, and then you could tell she was being emotionally manipulated by him, clearly. But there was another aspect of it that let me know that those women in that house was exposing her to certain things and had certain ideologies and stuff like that made her the perfect prey for this nigga.
Because that one lady that was up there, was it the aunt that said if he was pushed up against the wall, he was backed up against the wall? I said, what the fuck? Okay. What,
you know what I'm saying? Like the way that she responded to him, in that, like that the jealous and this woman and get her out of here, and she just acting like that because she didn't get no D. That's that female sick me. You can pick me.
The competitiveness.
Mm-hmm.
And
My,
it's
my, my.
and it's so sad. And then it just I was trying to, like, we all, when the text messages dropped, we all were like flabbergasted. You know what I'm saying?
I got
I was
lightheaded.
like,
Hey,
oh
ladies,
my
Steph, we
God.
double stepping on the panel. Thank you for joining, ladies.
Hey, Lady Steph,
Hey,
boo.
what's up,
Hey,
ladies?
ladies.
So when the text messages, when we start, because we knew that, I didn't actually know the text messages was coming, but when it was like, okay, they're gonna read the text messages, and I heard her, she initiated. He groomed her so well. She initiated all the
Mm-hmm.
sex
Mm-hmm.
talk. She knew she couldn't get nothing else out of him. It was so. He's such a miserable person. Like, you have life, and it's what you decide to do with it. I'm just. This whole thing is too much.
Too much.
And then it just.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. Could you imagine how confused she was in those last moments where she realized that
That she was gonna die.
not only that she was going to die, but who he truly was, the fact that she's pregnant, the
Oh, I
fact
had a chill through my body. Go ahead.
the fact that she's pregnant, the fact that, like, at that moment, up until, because they were hanging out that day, so up until that moment, she was trying to probably get her mind to wrap around whatever fantasy she created in her head, and then the reality.
Yeah.
The, it's just so tragic. It's so
Whew.
tragic. I don't see the point of the trial. This is the
I
police,
don't either.
but then again, like, I wish that this judge, and I pray that there's a judge with the same sensibility and the same passion that tried
Mm-hmm.
it, because I wish this judge was the one from
That was gonna be trying the case.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna say this here. This is not, and I hate to say this and keep reminding people, this is not uncommon. This type of thing really happens, and I'm so glad that they stream this stuff now, so people can become more aware of how much this happens in our community. Like, truthfully.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole reality is that a lot of times these people, family members, and somebody knows something.
Yeah, they
Somebody
do.
always knows something.
And let me
Mm-hmm.
tell you something. I had a situation to where there was a guy I was dating, and I noticed a young girl that supposedly braided his hair was pregnant. I said, "What?" So I'm trying to tell the girl, right? I said, "Tell me what's going on. Like, what's happening? Whose child is that? So on and so forth, right?" And she wouldn't open them out. And at one point I did it in front of him. So I called CSI. I watch a lot of television. I didn't know who to call, so I called CSI. And they listened to me for a moment. I made the mistake of saying that I was dating him, and that's when they dismissed me. And I've always wondered what happened to that girl, because I cut off communication with him. You know what I'm saying? I always
Mm.
to that girl. I wondered if she had the baby. She lived with her grandmother.
Wow.
She was about 13, 14 years old.
Mm-mm-mm.
And she was pregnant at his house. I was just like, what is she doing here? So then that night I'm asking, I'm like, whose baby? You could tell me. I said, don't worry about him. You could tell me. And I'm like, he's behind me in the kitchen. You could feel the tension. Like, you could feel like you could cut the room with a knife. It was so thick in there. And I was like, you could tell me. I said, don't worry about him. I got him. You tell me what's going on. She didn't tell me nothing. She just stood there in silence. Then
Wow.
I saw her walking one day, and I tried to get it out of her that way, and she still wouldn't say nothing. And I didn't care if she wasn't saying nothing or not. My gut was telling me what was going on. And I tried to call the CSI, and I was talking to them. They kind of listened to me. And then as soon as I said it was somebody, or like when they asked me how do I know him, and I told the truth rather than saying it was my neighbor or something like that, they, shut it down.
They
Like,
dismissed it as like a
they
jealous
just,
girlfriend or something.
uh-huh.
Mm.
What you want to
Wow.
add, Lady Steph?
I have a quick question, and because I heard the text messages, news, and then I heard it more here. But what I'm confused about a little bit is now the conversation between the two of them ended in July, right?
No, September.
Okay. So the conversations ended in September, and at that point she was pregnant. But didn't she start talking about contraceptive and all that, contraception and that type stuff in July?
Yeah, because see, they started reading the text messages from 22. Okay, so this had been going on since 22. And so they had talked about Plan Bs and that type of stuff throughout that, right? And then come August is when she first started saying stuff about her stomach hurt. Because see, at that moment, to me, it indicates that she was starting getting word that she was pregnant, okay? And she started dropping them hints to him. And he was like, when he said, I ain't nutting you, that's when she was like, like the tone and stuff. I'm pretty sure she caught it. And she was like, oh, well, I'm not even talking about that. I'm just saying my stomach hurt. But that's how what we call feeling checking the temperature, right? She was checking his temperature, and then that's when she was already pregnant, but she lied and said that her period that came while she was in the hospital. But see, she lied right then. And told him that because he was so quick with trying to cut her off or dismissing her. And quite honestly, go ahead with the other part.
I'm sorry, because my brain is ticking now. Okay, so all right, so if they started having conversation in August, and at this point she's thinking that she's pregnant, and she didn't become missing until January. Wouldn't she have been showing?
But not always. You know, they got the whole show about I didn't even know I was pregnant. And quite honestly, like for me, all my pregnancies, I didn't even show until like maybe 7.5, 8 months. And
My mom hit it the whole time.
I mean, even when I was a young girl,
wear baggy clothes and stuff.
Yeah, she hit it all the way up into I think she made it to like maybe 7, 8 months before they realized that she was pregnant.
We saw the picture of her walking down that sidewalk in that rain that day, right? She was just as slim and little as she can be, right? But that don't mean she wasn't pregnant.
Right.
No, I'm not saying that she wasn't pregnant. I'm convinced she was. My only thing is this was a small 13-year-old girl. Now I realized that she was doing women-like things. However, she had a small frame. So I just don't understand how grandma and auntie didn't notice that something was going on with her body. That's
they didn't want to.
Because they don't just because you're skinny doesn't necessarily mean you'll show right away. Because my daughter's sister, she's pregnant and she's real tiny, and she's 5 months, and you can't even tell.
That's how my friend was, and she didn't. And then all of a sudden, like 7, 8 months, she got a belly, and she the whole time her stomach looked damn. It looked like she might have ate a big sandwich or something. That's how it looked.
But you gotta also keep in mind this is a household where nobody ever seen nothing.
And that's I think they saw everything, and I think they knew everything, and I think that they probably was getting drugs from that dude or something, and then they probably brushed it off as, oh, she's a fast behind girl, you understand? Or she got herself a little man. They probably had young old ass men themselves growing up. They don't care. They didn't care about this girl.
Let me add this. Now I'm going to do. I promise y'all, I'm going to find this interrogation I have watched like a year ago. Right. That's why I thought this case had already been tried. But in the interrogation that I saw, she remember on the text message where he said, "Don't be fucking with nobody else" and stuff like that.
Right.
That's because she had started talking to like one of his little cousins or some shit, like a little teenage cousin or something. And I felt like I want to see the interrogation now. And try to put it together. Like, did he try to hook up with the little cousin right around this time so they can try to act like the baby his? You know what I'm saying? You know, hindsight is 20/20. You know, let them hook up a little bit. Let her talk to him just enough to put him in the picture. Cause see, in the interrogation, he was trying to blame it on that boy.
But he
Wow.
was asking about a threesome, and he was asking with who, and then she was saying, "I don't know yet." So you may be on to something.
But
Could
no,
be.
now mind you, did y'all see in the chat? It tripped me out. I said it. I said when it was first talking, whatever. I say eventually, with this relationship, it had she lived and they kept in this relationship. Once she would have aged out, right? Then the whole trick of it would have been to have her recruiting young girls for him because he already got her in his hand. But he started that shit with her because guess what? At 13, she was already starting to age the fuck out.
But the thing
Yeah.
about
Okay,
it is, like, that
she was
communication,
already starting to get too old at 13 and 12. That's why he was already putting her on to that recruiting and finding another young girl. Can y'all
I think he
believe
already found a young girl. The way that conversation went, and the way that he said something about our girl, that's our B or something
Yeah.
like that. Sounds like they already been down that road. And this is the like, oh yeah, we already tried that before. Oh, remember your friend? That you know that our whatever. So you got a new one? Like that's what it sounded like to me. Like it already happened.
Oh, for certain. You know, and mind you, what little did she know is he don't want no pregnant girl. That's too much like
Right.
grown woman stuff there.
What was the discard?
You know, that's too much grown woman there. He don't want that. Did y'all hear how they was talking about his daughter? Like he literally talking like and holding conversations with her about his daughter. Like, yeah, you don't want to be bothered with her no way, or you know, old nappy headed Janiyah, that's his daughter.
Yeah.
He's there doing
Just
all that type of stuff
crazy.
with her. It's and they probably really did remember the family last night say all of them treated her different.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Rockwell. All of them called her nappy headed and treated her different. You
It's
know.
just, ooh.
And
Well, I'm
mind
about to
you,
jump
he
down.
doing.
I just came up here to say that, but ooh.
Thank you, Steph 219.
Oh,
Appreciate
no,
you, girl.
no problem. All right,
Uh-oh. Y'all hold it down for me 1 second.
Yeah, this is just absolutely disgusting, and it's a doggone shame that that body ain't. I hope that body comes up.
Right.
I hope it turns up.
And at this point, why don't he just go on and tell them so she can have a proper burial? It's like, really? He's sitting there with his head down, acting like none of this is happening. He's totally
Or like
oblivious
he's
to what's going
affected, or like he's
on.
remorseful, like he's affected or remorseful. You're not remorseful. And when that judge started going down the line, she was talking about these grown men who saw him with her too much or whatever. But he was also saying that was his niece. But there was so many people that had their eyes on the situation that just let it slip. And my heart goes out to the ones who did try, if they did try like they said they did. The other day, I don't know if you I can't remember who was that and stuff, but the other day when they was interviewing the family on that other podcast, like
yeah, the one that meet you showed, it was the 4 ladies up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that one lady, the one lady, I can't recall her name, but she was questioning the family member, the 2 family members, but she was really, it sounded like to me it was a question in an interview, but it was more of an interrogation because her energy was like, how in the hell did you guys let this happen, blah, and what didn't you do, blah 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 blah. And then when she got to explain it, I did this, then she calmed down and they had more of a relaxed conversation once she was able to see, okay, you did try, you know.
But
Yeah,
the whole family catching that type of work right now, right?
Of course.
I mean, look how somebody in the comments said, I bet the community gonna give her tearing her up. Look how we talking about it, right? Look how we looking at it, in which we not wrong. I feel no, and y'all know I try to say and try to give people empathy and shit like that. I don't feel no ways, nothing for the grandmother nor Shannon and Amy. I don't feel no type of sympathy, empathy, nothing, right? Because is no way in the world you can convince me that they wasn't hip to some shit, right? And Renee said, well, y'all have to remember that the grandmother or aunt made the comment that she was out looking for Peen when she didn't come home per the relatives.
I knew that they said something, because I didn't catch everything. You know what I'm saying? And I knew that they said something like that. It just comes off like that. Like, I've met women who I'm in social services. I done seen some things. And
they talk about these kids like they grown women.
Yeah. And oh yeah, she ain't had no business up in his face. And I mean, these are the things that I've heard. And I'm just sitting there like, ma'am, word? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think we used to attribute those type of things 15, 20 years ago, right? Because we talked about that the other night. It's only been in the last 15 years or so that the Black community literally really acknowledging this type of stuff and literally recognizing that the abuse in the elephant in the room, right? The stigma behind incest and the stigma behind molestation and stuff like that. It's only, our community, we be like, kind of like the last ones to just evolve in those type of manners, right? Because but that's a whole nother conversation. But
I had when I would go down south, I wasn't allowed at this one particular house, right? And so one day I was over there. My father had passed at the time. It was my father's side of the family. My father had passed at the time, and I had went there, but I wasn't allowed. I still wasn't allowed to spend the night. But I don't even know if my mom would have known that I was over there. It was like in the daytime and everything. And I was like, yeah, I'm not supposed to be here, so on and so forth. And my relative was like, I know why your father won't let you stay here. And I was like, why? And her blood grandfather was raping her. And I was just sitting there like, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, so
and they know of these things.
And they know.
They keep it a secret and they try to isolate it and try to prevent it from happening sometimes by saying, don't be around Uncle this and don't be around that, and what you doing back there with them, all that type of stuff, instead of calling the police and stuff. This is a new phenomenon that's going. We used to just saying that's what white people do. That's that white people stuff. It's not that white people stuff.
And people want to talk about the secret societies and all of this stuff, like these celebrities are doing something so far-fetched or whatever. There's people selling their soul for less in the hood every day.
Yeah, very true.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they just take their shenanigans to a broader stage with more money. But it's the same shenanigans they was doing in the hood, and everybody's turning the blind eye. Or you hear these stories, people talking like, oh yeah, I was 16, but I knew what I was doing and everything. You still, like, I think you're right. Like, it's been about 10 years, maybe 15. And I feel like that's pushing it, that we really started talking about grooming and really and taking the blame off of the victims, and putting it where it belongs.
We only in the last decade recognize the dangers that our sons face. Okay, it's only been 10 years maybe that we actually even started acknowledging the fact that the boys are just as susceptible to these type of abuses. We got a long way to go. Like a long way. Sweetie girl, we waited just for you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for waiting. You know, I like to hit your link when you drop the link. So, but I was at work. Yeah, thank you, ladies, for coming up. I don't know if you guys were coming up or not, but I like to, engage. I like the conversations we have. If we can have it in the chat, we can have it on the link, and I don't have to type as much. But most of the time, I really don't like these little kid murder situations, but this one to me is very intriguing to see all the different parts and all the different people that were involved, and still nothing was done. That's what I get out of this, that everybody knew a little bit of something, but nothing was done.
That's the part. And every time I hear that some agency was involved and it just fell through the cracks, my heart just breaks because it was like,
Because even the judge acknowledged that. The judge said the school counselor, and even if the school counselor wasn't there, who was supposed to be there if the school counselor wasn't there? NPS. She mentioned that. These are all different agencies that are supposed to step in and rescue the child.
What was so strange to me is how through all these different witnesses and women, how never once did they even talk about his previous cases.
Right.
Or the fact
That's
that
true.
he
Maybe
was
they'll bring that
already
up
a
at the
sex
trial.
offender. Huh? What?
I think they're going to bring that up at the trial. It has to be mentioned. It has to be.
But you know what I was just thinking just now? It just hit me like a ton
Because
of bricks.
I don't know how you can get convicted of a crime like that time after time and nothing's being done. Like, if you were already on the sex offender list and then you get another charge and then they're saying he has 2 other open cases currently. So I don't know. I don't know if that's just Michigan and how Michigan works or if it's just the system all in all. Because there's no way or there shouldn't be any rhyme or reason.
A lot of it is the system.
I've heard something.
I'll tell you this much, right? At my last job, I worked at a supportive housing congregate, right? And one of the guys there was on the offender list, right? One of the case managers found out he was on the offender list, right? So I'm like, I'm reaching out to our parent agency and I'm like, yo, this dude is on the list, so on and so forth. And he tried to bring a 15-year-old boy into the facility, right? And so when I get to the parent company, they say that because of us being like a supportive housing program, that's exactly where they're supposed to be. Mind you, there was a school across the street. So I'm just sitting there like, but there's a school across the street. But technically he was supposed to be there. And I'll tell you this, like he didn't get to stay, but he was supposed to stay. Let's just put it like that. And it's just horrible. And then I remember, so after the 15-year-old that he tried to bring into the building, then I'm getting my nails done. One of the case managers called me up. It's on the weekend. Miss So-and-so, he's back there with 2 kids. Because mind you, behind us was a whole park with a playground and everything. So I'll go, I run out from my nail tech. I'm like, I gotta go, whatever. I go running to try to catch him. By that time, he had gone, and the 2 kids, we didn't know where they went or whatever. But it's just
It's like a slippery slope. Like, they set these rules, but then how do you really enforce them?
How can you enforce them? Because technically, somewhere where he's being monitored 24/7 supposedly, even though they get to go out, and do whatever, you know what I'm saying? But we were supposed to house him. I didn't understand that. I was befuddled, bewildered, confused.
There's so many loopholes, right? And there's
was
only so much someone can do. But what happens is, with the steady overpopulation of the drugs, unfortunately, the SOs, the S offenders, right? When you think about the violence level compared to murderers and serial apes and all that type of stuff, they don't get bonded out, right? We have watched, Lit Lane have watched the Louisiana State Board Parole, right? And we have seen a lot of those S offenders and how they get paroled because of the fact that they take those classes, right? They take the classes, they take the victim impact, they talk about how they can recognize their triggers, they talk about how they recognize now the harm that they did to the victim, and it sounds so freaking good. And guess what? The state and everybody else, they need that spot, they need that bed, right? So they get bonded out. They get, paroled out. This dude here, he did prison time and got out on these same type of charges.
Exactly.
I don't understand the getting out part. That's the part I don't understand. And not only do they get out, they don't get a lot of time. They don't get a lot of time for these crimes. It's not like
they don't get as much as unaliving somebody.
No. The dude I'm talking about, the client, maybe 7 years for one, and the other one was like, I feel like even less. But I could be wrong about that. But I remember 7 years in particular. And then I'm just sitting there like, how do you get out when they know, when psychologists have said that this is permanent, like a permanent, like they will always have this
desire.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't understand. I feel like it should be a life sentence.
But they ain't got that much, they can't build the prisons fast enough. Right? And they have to let them go. They can't keep people forever. Until they get to this. Now y'all gotta keep in mind, he didn't went to jail because some 2 other charges, right? Same type of charges. He gonna go to trial on this one case, and he has pending to go to trial. He is in the same.
That's what I said.
With 2 other cases at this time.
2 open cases. 2 open cases. Is that the one with the 4-year-old and the STD, or is that what he went to jail for already?
I think he went to jail for that one already. They said yesterday.
You said 4?
A 4-year-old.
Either 4 or 8. I think they were saying 4, but then I thought I saw something about
it 8. I think they said a 4-year-old and a 9-year-old. A 4-year-old and a 9-year-old.
He's trash.
And I liked when the judge just straight up called him a straight up pedophile. That's what you is.
You called him a pedophile.
Yeah, of course. And a monster. That's exactly what he is.
She called him slightly retarded.
But she could call him right. But she could call him a pedophile freely because he's been convicted of it. So it's not like she's, not doing any, laws or whatever.
Yeah, he gave chlamydia to that victim, to that 4-year-old victim.
I was gonna say that the way that girl was saying her stomach hurt or whatever, that she had like a STD. The first time.
Oh, okay.
When she lied and she was like, my stomach hurts or whatever, I was like, that's not pregnancy, that. So then when it was going on a little bit and I realized that she lied, but I said she still was in the hospital. This is me, listening and cooking and everything. I said he gave her STD. That's what the freak happened. Terrible.
Rockwell said yes, a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old, his ex-girlfriend's kids. Right. So he only dated, his attraction wasn't for those women at all. Like at all. Pedophile on this level, they not truly attracted to no female at all. No grown ass woman.
But yeah. They're looking for a single mom with kids who's busy and thinks he's such a great guy because he always wants to take the kids to the park or McDonald's, not knowing he got a whole different other motive.
Yeah,
he was trying to get to the kids. Like, that's terrible.
Exactly. But they think he's such a great guy.
And they all pudgy. They all none of his women say. Now we know that this guy's a sick dude, right? We know this now, but. In our reality, in our society, he is considered to be very good looking. He is considered to be attractive. He is desirable. Okay, so we just happen to know of his thing. And yes, some of us have a personal preference for dark, meat and all that, but that's not the society as whole, right? So I say that to say this: if you look at them women, none of them women to say he's so desirable, right? His look and his aesthetic. None of those women, that's the type of women, all of them, where women be like, damn, why he with her, right? But the reason why he go after these homely looking women, these pudgy looking women, these not gorgeous ass women, because none of them was stunners, none of them was bad bitches. The reason why
they just regular girls,
huh?
Yeah, they was just regular girls. I don't want to downplay that the girls weren't attractive and he was fine. I want to see the rest of them. He got a slew of baby mamas. I want to see if they're all like the same. The only commonality with these 2 girls is they're slightly overweight and dark skin. That's the only commonality.
We saw 3.
Oh, who's the third? And they all dark skinned and overweight?
Yes, we saw the one she had that leopard dress on, or whatever kind of dress she had on. That was the one that she don't have no kids for him, and that's his fiance.
Oh, okay. Yes, I remember her. Yes.
I'm not saying
Okay.
I'm not calling those women ugly, but the reality
No, I'm not saying they ugly. Yeah, I'm not saying they ugly, but I don't want to.
None of them was no.
Yeah, I don't want. Yeah, true. I see what you're saying, but I don't want to say like they're unattractive and they were. Well, no, I do get what you're saying. You're saying that they're not top notch bitches, and so since he's supposed to be so fine, that he should be with some top notch girls, but he's choosing somebody lesser than because they'll be happy to be with him and hold on a little bit longer.
Okay. I mean, hey, it ain't no personal dig at these women. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I get that part.
But the reality of it is, none of them would have been considered no damn 10, 9, or 8.
Yeah. I agree.
Because guess what? Them 10, 9s, and 8s, some of them still would find his type very desirable.
True.
Even with him being a bum. Okay, with no car, with no job. Let alone this part here, right? But I'm talking about the other stuff. No car, no job. Some of them 10, 9s, 8s would still find him attractive, still house him, still fuck him, still let him drive the car.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he didn't go for them 10, 9s, and 8s. He went for these 5, 6s.
Yeah. Okay. No, I totally get what you're getting. It's easier prey, less work.
Yeah. And they go
was a predator. So he's preying on all.
Yes, exactly, Lady P. Exactly. It's all a setup, a plot, and a plan. It's all strategically done. Everything that he does is strategically done. And that being said, the grandmama was getting something out of something. She one of them old school type of lady. Like, you want to play with me? She gonna go to the back and pop her trunk too. That grandma ain't playing. She got on there with the whole attitude. The grandma was doing stuff dirty that she didn't want to get found out. That's why she didn't go to the police right away. She wanted to make sure she got all her ducks in a row before she called the law into her own. She the type to not call him because she don't want to get found out what the fuck she really doing.
Right.
Because they opened up
that grandma is dirty. That grandma is dirty. That's the whole generational curse is coming down through that grandma. The grandma didn't do good by her own damn daughter, and she didn't do right by her granddaughter, but she was getting them checks.
Ugh.
She probably adopted her daughter's kids or something. First they was in the home, then they wasn't in the home, then the daughter lived somewhere else, but yet they all in the home. When the guy said, "Who lives with you?" She said, "Shannon, all the kids, this, that, and the third." Then she turned around 5 minutes later and say, "Well, Shannon had her own place in whatever county, whatever township." What? Did she live with you or did she live somewhere else? And if she lived somewhere else, why was that? Girl, I mean, this wasn't making no sense. That's why the grandma had an attitude. How you have an attitude and your grandbaby died and you ain't shed a tear? You more mad and upset that you here. That you know that your granddaughter is making you miss your hair appointment or something. That's the way she was acting. Not like you was out here trying to get some justice.
Crazy.
That shit is wild.
Both of them. But see, the aunt is the grandmother's daughter. Am I correct?
Yes.
So she's a lost cause. She's just this little girl at whatever age. You know what I'm saying?
But the family last night was indicating as though Shannon was younger when she started fucking with him.
But that grandmother, that old school, and when I say old school, I'm not talking about the good old school. You know what I'm saying? Those black women. I'm talking about that old school, trash old school. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm talking about too. That's what I'm talking about. Sit on the porch with some Newports and a bottle of whiskey type of old school. That's what I'm talking about.
You know.
And they don't got grandmothers like that no more. I'm a granny.
You know what I'm saying?
That grandma look like she can tell you how to run some games. See, what you do is
Yes, it's not the grandmother, because there are the Newport and the whiskey grandmothers who are sitting outside on the porch while their beans stew. She wasn't making no beans. She wasn't doing none of that type of stuff. She wasn't even concerned when the girl wasn't home by the time the street lights came on, because she didn't look at her like a child.
No.
That's true, because they kept saying that she grown and she fast and she this. I don't ever go for that grown and fast stuff. Why is that little girl grown? Why is that little girl acting fast? That's not natural. That's something that was brought onto you. Somebody introduced you into being fast and into being grown. You know what I mean? So I don't ever do that. If there's some 14-year-old, 13-year-old girl pregnant, the first thing I think is that she was raped and molested. That's the first thing I think. I don't say, oh, she fast. No, I don't.
Like that damn girl that they had brought out in front of the dang on church. I'm looking at the pastor.
Oh my God! Yes, T. I didn't even look at the video. I was so upset. I said, I don't even have time to look at this. You got something. Oh,
what the
oh
woman
my
they
God.
said? What did she have a baby shower or not?
Yes.
Yeah, I did not going to the baby shower. Who got that girl pregnant? Where is the man that got her pregnant? That's what I want to know. Is it a man or a boy who got this child pregnant? And you're going to have her come to the front of the church like it's 1952. Don't nobody give a fuck if she pregnant. The hell? Go on with your day.
We're going to look at that and talk about that in the pit.
You being generous with that 1952, because she was dressed like 1911, like, because that's around the time Miss Seeley was
right, that is true. That is true.
Okay.
Okay, I just got home. I'm gonna drop down now. Demetrius, we are gonna do that pit cruise. That gonna be this weekend, or when you gonna do the pit cruise?
We're gonna do the pit cruise still on Sunday.
Okay. All right. Because I do wanna. I want to talk about. I didn't watch the video just because I thought it was stupid. But if we're gonna discuss it, yeah, I wanna see it. But you said Sunday, so I should be available Sunday.
I haven't watched it yet either, because I think I saved it because of what it said, but I didn't watch it. Right, so we'll watch it on Sunday.
Same.
You know,
okay.
But I want to go ahead and end this, but we're not gonna do this type of thing again until next week, right? And not to talk other business, but I'm gonna go jump in the other side of things.
Okay.
But I don't want to discuss.
Wait, are you about to do beef sector? What you about to run the streets? What you about to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna go run the streets on the other. We gonna just say the other side over here.
Okay, on the other side. Okay, other side.
Yeah, she don't even. I know you don't want to direct no traffic. I feel.
No, and I don't want to have no type of in the algorithm. Yeah,
I'm trying to switch my algorithm on my other channel. It's hard as hell.
Thank you, Tweety. Yeah, so that's what we're gonna do, you guys. So y'all gonna see me on my community board. I've been, as much as we've been over here together watching this, I've been into this. So I got a lot of catching up to do.
Oh, yeah, I heard a lot of shenanigans happened over the overnight and everything like that. So let's
go catch up.
I don't have to watch. Please, I don't have the patience to watch. So please do your thing, and I'll come and what you've seen, and I'll be there.
Okay. So thank you guys. Thank you, ladies.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
I'm
gonna drop you down. Okay.
All right.
All right, so Lit Lane Jewelry Box. This has been an absolutely fantastic first week of 2025 on this channel, Trial Watch with Demetra. Again, I am taking note and making a list. I know I got a whole list of all our Lit Lane jurors. Trust and believe, this channel has nowhere to go but up, and we're gonna grow. And I'm never gonna forget the people who was on board rocking and rolling with me from the very start, because we are gonna have great things happen on this channel. I know it. We touching and agreeing, so y'all stay tuned in. Okay, now y'all go unwind, relax, relate, release until we come back on this channel on Monday. Goodbye, everybody.
Thanks for watching. Do not forget, click the subscribe button and hit the bell icon. Like, comment and share. See you next time.